clean energy jobs. Environmentalists are listening, but still insist state policy will need to address climate directly.
I'm a birder. You can bird just about anywhere. There was a red-shouldered hawk you might have heard.
Mike O'Reilly is with the Nature Conservancy in Georgia. We're strolling through Piedmont Park in Midtown Atlanta.
We're focused on outcomes. So if the state is reducing the carbon footprint of the state and providing jobs along the way as they do it, that is fantastic.
Along for the Nature Walk is Monica Thornton, the group's executive director. Thornton says conservation has been a bipartisan issue. Enacting statewide climate goals is a harder sell. But she hopes the EV boom is helping leaders look beyond politics.
We're going to have to decide whether or not we want this place to continue to be a place where our kids can run and play, and we're going to have to decide that that's important enough to put all of those other things aside.
O'Reilly tells me the state has been awarded a grant to develop a climate action plan for the first time. There won't likely be a flashy announcement like with a new EV facility, but O'Reilly says both are crucial for the state and the country. For NPR News, I'm Sam Greenglass in Tallulah Falls, Georgia.
And today on our podcast, Here and Now Anytime, the American Medical Association is advising doctors to de-emphasize the weight-based
The 2 p.m. June 20th, 2023 council session is hereby called to order, and I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Ms. Moon Reynolds. Here. Ms. Sanchez Jones. Here. Mr. Pretty. Vice Mayor Cobb.
Here.
Ms. White Boyd. Here. Mr. Volleson.
Here.
And Mayor Lee.
Here, and a quorum is present. The invocation today will be delivered by the Reverend Jeff Wilson, pastor of the Southview United Methodist Church, and following Pastor Wilson, I will lead you in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand for Pastor Wilson.
Thank you. Let's pray. Gracious God, you have blessed us in so many ways, and for that we give you thanks. We just thank you for all those that call this place their home, those that work tireless hours from fire to police to municipal workers to teachers to city councils, those that have retail to industry here. God, we call this place our home. And you've just given us this beautiful setting where we can come together, though that we're diverse, that we have many different jobs, many different professions, and we come with many different races. We come together to be a people here in the valley. And as we do, we just ask that you be with the mayor and the council today. We ask that you give them open ears, open minds as they seek to guide and to bless this valley. You've called them, you've equipped them, and we just ask that you use them in this moment. We pray this today. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Welcome, everybody. And let me just say that council meetings will be televised live and replayed on RVTV Channel 3 on Thursdays at 7 o'clock p.m. and Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. and video stream through Facebook Live at facebook.com/Roanoke VA. Council meetings are offered with closed captioning for the deaf or hard of hearing. And I'm hoping the camera gets a picture of our men in blue, men and women in blue here. I'm delighted to have you here today, and this always looks good. So thank you, Chief, for bringing everybody here, and I'm sure we'll hear from you later on in this session. All right. The council of the city of Roanoke is seeking applications for various vacancies on council-appointed authorities, boards, commissions, and committees. And let me say, as a council, we always want our citizens to step forward to be a part of boards and commissions. We appreciate it. We recognize that that's important, and we want you to be a part of the decision-making process. So we solicit you, and it's easy to do that. It's an online process. You fill out an application. The clerk's office is available to help you walk through, but it's a very easy process. So we welcome your interest and your willingness to serve, and so we encourage you to do that. And you can access it through the city's website at www.roanokeva.gov to complete the online application. But as I said earlier, you can always call the clerk's office, and they can walk you through that process. So hopefully we'll get a number of you, those who are here and those who are out in the TV audience, to fill those applications out and to be considered for our boards and commissions. We have a number of boards and commissions in our city, and so we welcome your application. All right. Madam Clerk, my agenda has on it that we're going to go right now into presentations and acknowledgments. All right, and item number 2 is that, and we're going to have a proclamation to recognize World Refuge Day. And I'm going to call on Ashley Prophet and the Refuge Resettlement Program Manager, and also the Commonwealth Catholic Charities to join me at the podium. You all please come up and I'll meet you down at the podium. You have everybody with you?
I think I'm writing solo today unless Ryan wants to come up, but
That's all right. I want to make sure they all recognize. Thank you.
thank you.
I mean,
That's right.
have this proclamation with you. World Refuge Day. Whereas the World Refuge Day is an international day designed and designated by the United Nations to honor refugees around the globe on June 20th of each year, and to celebrate the strength and courage of people who have been forced to flee their home country to escape conflict or persecution. Whereas World Refuge Day is an occasion to build empathy and understanding for the plight of refugees and to recognize their resilience in rebuilding their lives. Whereas the city of Roanoke is committed to developing a welcoming community and fostering an inclusive environment where diverse cultures and are celebrated and all citizens enjoy full participation in our society. Whereas Roanoke is home to resettlement agencies and organizations serving refugees, along with numerous businesses, educational programs, institutions, faith communities, and civic organizations. And whereas refugees have made numerous and significant social, cultural, religious, and economic contributions to the city of Roanoke. And whereas we encourage Roanokers to recognize the strength, perseverance, and accomplishments of their new American neighbors. Reflect on the severity of the global refuge crises, and to become involved in this movement of welcoming. And we are a welcoming city. So now, therefore, I, Sherman P. Lee, Sr., Mayor of the City of Roanoke, do hereby proclaim June 20th, 2023 as World Refuge Day. And now I'm going to call on Ashley Prophet to have a few words.
Right. First, I want to thank Katie Hedrick and the City of Roanoke for facilitating this. I grew up in this community, so I'm very fortunate to live in a place that not only fosters diversity, but it celebrates it. Roanoke graciously welcomes around, hold on, stand on my tippy toes, graciously welcomes around 200 new refugees each year through CCC, and that's 200 new friends, 200 new coworkers, neighbors, classmates, and relatively 200 new chances to learn something new about people who live lives entirely different from the ones that we grew up living. I personally feel honored not only to live in the Roanoke Valley because of its inclusiveness, but also to have the privilege to work with the men and women and children in the refugee community every day. I'm constantly humbled to see their resilience and their perseverance in the face of adversity. And I can only hope that I have a shred of that tenacity in myself. And if I had, I guess, one note to tell everyone is, especially in the Roanoke Valley, if you see someone who looks different and sounds different, just be kind, because you never know what they went through to get here, and you never know where they came from and what their background is. And I think just a little bit of kindness with each person can help continue to make these refugees feel like they have security in their new community.
That's great, well said. Let me give you this proclamation and come on over and we're going to take a, you're the camera person? Ms. Sanchez Jones, you got your camera?
I have my camera, Mayor. I'm ready. I've already taken two when you had the podium, but you,
Oh,
could,
you can face right.
Mayor, could a hood come with the rest of the group so they can take a picture together?
The rest of the group?
Right here. Yes.
I thought you were going to bring them up.
So we are here in Maryland with Flourish Literacy, and we have our learners today who are from the refugee community with us.
Great, come on out.
Well, thank you. Thank you. So where did you
Yeah, Mayor, and you know, I try to get the computer and everything out. If you could just slide to the, to my right, to my, the other direction, to go this, go that way. Mayor, can you go down a little bit?
Which way?
Yeah, just a little bit more. Just keep going. Just keep going. Yeah, there you are. There you are. There we are. That's much better. I'm just trying to get the mayor from away from the podium so we can see the whole group. That's much better. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
I think it's always a great time to recognize our citizens. All right, we have another proclamation. We want to recognize the Pollinator Week. Whereas pollinators are here, and I'm going to ask Ann Rethenfield. Is Ann here? Come on up, lady. Our sustainability coordinator and her staff now to join us here at the podium. Good to see you again, Leanne. Okay, come on up. I'm sure you'll get on camera now. You're on camera. Okay. Whereas pollinators such as bees, birds, butterflies, and bats are responsible for the reproduction of nearly 90% of the world's flowering plant species and 1 in every 3 bites of food we eat. That's good information to know. All right. Whereas pollinator species provide significant environmental benefits that are necessary for maintaining healthy, biodiverse ecosystems, and pollination plays a vital role in the health of our national forests and grasslands, which provide forage, fish, and wildlife, timber, water, mineral resources, and recreational opportunities, as well as enhanced economic development opportunities for communities. Whereas pollinator populations are declining and some are threatened with extinction because their food and homes are disappearing. Diseases have increased, and rising temperatures and natural disasters are affecting their ability to survive, all of which are exacerbated by climate change. Whereas the city of Roanoke, Virginia has been certified, and I'm glad I was there on that day, certified as a B City USA, and has promised to promote, protect, and provide support for pollinators, and this is done by increasing the abundance of native plants, providing nest sites, reducing the use of pesticides, providing education, and encouraging community participation. Now, we're going to give you all a test after I finish reading this to make sure you got what I just said. All right. So, thank you. And now, therefore, I, Sherman P. Lee Sr., Mayor of the City of Roanoke, urge all citizens to join us in recognizing pollinators and the important role that they play in our community, and do hereby proclaim the week of June 19th through June 25th, 2023 as Pollinator Week. And I'm going to ask Leanne if she or any members of her staff will have some things to say. Oh, you got to say, you got to run up on it. You got to say something.
Council members, we just thank you for taking the time to recognize this important designation. Since we've become a B City, as a representative of Parks and Recreation and working with the Office of Sustainability and the other organizations in the city that we've partnered with to be a B City, it's important for us to continue this designation. So thank you for the proclamation and the support for us to continue to provide for the pollinators in our area.
Thank you all so much.
All right.
Come on over for the photo op here.
Which, this way? Which way?
Either way. This way, come this way.
It's a work in progress on which way we're going.
Yeah, just getting away from the podium, I think is the key. Okay. And if everybody behind them could just step out of the picture. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. All right, congratulations. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, we're in hearing of citizens. Hearing of citizens on the house. So do we have any citizens signed up to speak?
Yes, we do, and I'll call you two at a time. The first speaker is Bill Tanger, followed by Mac McCadden.
Followed by who?
Mac McCadden.
Well, see, Mac's sitting out there.
Yeah, Mr. Tanger must not be here. So after Mr. McCadden will be Jane Gabrielle.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
All right.
The mayor, vice mayor, and members of city council, to our city attorney, the esteemed city clerk, and our city manager. I've been where you are before, many years ago. And one thing I know is that one of the things that happened in that time is that electronics and things have taken over actually hands-on approach to certain things. I don't know how many of you have actually been out and looked at Evans Spring. I don't know how many have actually been out there to look at it, see what was there, see what is there, and know what was there and how it got there. I know that there's going to be a plan presented. I do believe that sometimes it's better to just see it than to hear the things that people tell you, to hear the things that people suggest to you. I wasn't planning to be here today, but I am here because I do think that the citizens of Evans Spring need to have a voice. The other reason is that my redheaded wife said I had to be here. That one I take more harshly than the other one, but I do believe that it's time that you see Evans Spring. See it. There are several, and you've been given information about the factors that some of the folks in our community say would be a reason not to develop Evans Spring. But until you actually go out there and see it, or until you visualize it, it's very hard to understand that when you compare with what is presented to you by the city manager and his staff. No disrespect to our city manager. I think he's done a fine job. But you vote on the city manager's plan. That's what you vote on. And I think that the lack of information that's been given out from that office, not necessarily from the city manager himself, but when we don't have a neighborhood coordinator that can help work with us in that, it makes it very difficult for the citizens to get their point across to you. My redhead wife has prepared a little something for you to see, to help you see Evans Springs and see what it could be if you leave it alone. We can't do anything about those folks who own that property there. Let's face it, the people who own it, those parcels, some of them are not from here, some of them are not having any indication that they want to live here. They're there to grab the land for money and hoping that you'll change it. That's what they want. And until you understand what it is the residents who live there want, it's going to be very difficult for you to vote against that. So I'm going to relinquish my rest of my 3 minutes. My wife's 3 minutes are going to be presented to you. My wife's 3 minutes are going to be presented to you right now. And hopefully this is 2 minutes and 56 seconds of what Evans Springs is. Thank you.
So, let's go on a field trip.
Guide my feet as I walk this road. I'm weary
Thursday was the beginning of something special.
Our next speaker is Barbara Dirk, followed by Clinton Stone King.
I am Barbara Dirk, and I didn't know there would be 3 minutes here, but I am to discuss what I went to on last Tuesday night, and it's the Community Hub Conceptual Plan for our historic Gainsboro. And I think what I'm hearing is there's a lot of thread running through Roanoke City Council's discussion tonight. Last week, I learned that Garrison Coward was going to be in Roanoke. I called Wanda, the city manager's office, to let the city manager know, and she suggested I inform you, so I clicked clerk and asked her to relay that he was going to be here. He is in the Yunkin administration. He's a senior advisor for external affairs, and I thought, whoa, we need to get him here and talk about Gainsboro and about Evans Spring and about all this other development and about 24th Street that we're doing. That he is the point person for Petersburg and the Partnership for Petersburg, and I am looking for a relationship with Roanoke and Richmond. So that's what I'm doing. And I went to the historic Gainsboro meeting on Tuesday, and I think that it will come before City Council in July, and I hear that there's some monies that needs to be spent before a certain deadline, that the Clater Clinic and the Lawson building, though, are not for sale. And I thought, oh, well, the Blackwell House in Fishburne Park, the Grandin Court organization doesn't want it to be sold, that wants a different type of arrangement with economic development on there. They want it to be remodeled, just like the people at the Clater Clinic want the house to be restored and remodeled, and the Lawson Center also, but they're not really too interested in selling it to the city for various reasons that you probably have heard. But I'm asking you to ask economic development to look at a different way of processing how we work with neighborhood organizations. We have Melrose Rugby, we have the Gainsboro organization, we have Grandin Court, and there seems to be a singular thread that runs through all this, that you're right, it's in your court. You all can make those decisions. Mark Nelson, who is with Economic Development, did take a piece of property off for sale list that was on the city website. So the people in Gainsboro feel better about that. But Gainsboro needs to be a vital, living community. I'm so old, I remember how it was. Thank you. Let's make it happen.
I did.
Hi there, my name is Clinton Stone King, and I've lived one house from Fishburne Park on Sweetbriar Avenue for 36 years. The house in Fishburne Park has always been a residence in the residential part of the neighborhood. The commercial part of Grandin Court neighborhood is at least half a mile away. The commercial district of shops, restaurants, transitions to offices and a church until the rest is residential except for the Carillion office building that is surrounded by woods and lots of green space. People need to trust when they buy a home in a residential part of a neighborhood that isn't near any commercial enterprises, that they won't suddenly have a business with food trucks and lots of retail activity nearby. Approving this application would create an unsettling precedence. The National Parks and Recreation magazine published an article, How Much Do how much impact do parks have on property values in April of 2020. They found that the majority of homes adjacent or near to passive parks had 10 to 20% higher home values. The article also stated, however, in some cases, homes adjacent to a park did not show the highest premium because the value of locating next to it was outweighed by negative factors, such as congestion, street parking, litter, vandalism, noise, and intrusive ball field lights. These are legitimate concerns about losing the buffer of open green space in Fishburne Park that protects our neighborhood from the activities in the park. That buffer protects home values and the peace of the neighborhood. Another attraction in Fishburne Park means more parking and public safety issues. Since the new disc golf course and playground have been installed, the parking lot has been full almost every day. Our neighborhood is already concerned about parking and public safety issues as the weather warms. The application states the proposed coffee shop will bring a new amenity to the park and expand the activities available to the park and greenway users. Their goal will create more potential to adversely affect the nearby homes. The application claims that that part of the park is rarely used, but people use that part of the park many times each day. They use it so much that the public has created a path across the park where their dogs can avoid the thorny husks from the chestnut trees. Families play football in this part of the park. We need the public to be able to access the upper field for overflow parking so they don't come over to Clifford Street to park on the steep, narrow street. The Van Baerkorns have promised that the public will still be able to use the land, but their insurance policy might require them to do otherwise. All right, thank you.
The next speaker is Vonda Wright.
Greetings, Councilman. Saints, I'd just like to know that my opinion here is just to say that I'm a nobody here to tell somebody about saving our community in the Melrose and Eureka Park, Washington Park area, our kids. Recently, we've had Juneteenth at Eureka Park, and I was just overwhelmed with the children and all of the people that showed up in our community at Eureka Park. And Washington Park also is a part of the area that the deceased Estelle McCadden fought for, the Melrose and Gainsborough area. And it's just sad to know that we have to put ourselves together to give our children something to do this summer so that they won't be bleak out there in the street right now. So, and I would like to also just mention that, you know, we have a culture, we have a lot of children out here that are very talented. In fact, my grandson, Bryce Cobbs, is doing a wonderful job with artistical things on the building, the historical things, and we are a part that I am a Christian counselor at Bethlehem Bible College, and I bring in all girls and children to come in to learn about the Bible and teach them praise dancing, which is basically what I am all about. But Christian counseling and trying to grab all the kids at Eureka Park, I have had at least every time we have activities there, they listen. But if I don't know what the redevelopment is all about, but we have got to get together, and I would love to be a part of anything to help get our children in the Melrose and Gainsborough area together for our children this summer. Thank you.
Mayor, we do have other speakers, but most of those speakers will be speaking at 7H for Fishburne Park, so we will hold off the next speakers. Do you want her to do both speaking? Frida needs to speak or would like to speak now on some other issue and Fishburne Park later.
All right, well, yeah, those are two separate items, but we wanted to say, we wanted those speakers because that we're going to speak on Fishburne Park. That item is coming up.
Yes.
All right, this is just hearing citizens on other public matters. And so if you have something different, that's fine. You can speak.
Yes. Thank you for this opportunity. At 12 years old, I wrote my first contract. It was because I didn't feel my parents had been fair with me with guiding them in their discipline, and they signed it. In ninth grade, I had to create a business plan in order to go to camp, and I had to earn half my tuition in order to go. It was a camp in Vermont in January. It was an outdoor leadership camp. And it was a wonderful experience. It really toughened me up. My first summer job, when I was in college, I worked for a reinsurance claims department where I noticed that they weren't keeping track of something that would create problems. And I tried to tell my supervisor, and he was dismissive towards me. So I thought maybe I'd gotten it wrong, and I mentioned it to my dad, and he said, "No, you're right." Now, this company was one of his clients. He could have picked up the phone and called them and said, "Hey, you need to fix this." But he told me, "You need to go. You need to tell them what they did wrong and how they need to fix it." And I did, and they did. And that one little thing saved them millions of dollars without paying out unnecessary claims. The next year, I was switched over to organizing their entire legal department. After I graduated from Roanoke College, I ended up working for Shenandoah Life Insurance Company, where I earned my fellowship in 2.5 years. Usually it took people 5 to 10 years to earn their fellowship while they were working full-time. I scored higher than the actuary in the department when I did that. I was assigned to automate the reinsurance department when I was there. Later, I went to a Roanoke Co-op meeting where the Roanoke Co-op was $300,000 in debt and trying to decide whether or not to declare bankruptcy and dissolve. And I volunteered to help them. I led them as a communications liaison, and within a year I was the president of the co-op. And during that time, I put them on the course of stability where they grew into the organization that they are today, a thriving thing that helps support businesses in the Grandin area. And left bank when I was 34. I worked with my business partners and neighbors in March. Was the first time I met them. By June, we had subdivided a farm into 2 corporations, including a land trust before land trusts existed, and with shares to private deeds, where we closed by June 20th. That was a complicated project that I led them through, and we did it, and it's been a very successful micro-village. As a shareholder, I've worked and been respected with Berkshire Hathaway. Last year, I had a shareholder resolution in Dominion Energy that I submitted. I had to defend it to the SEC by myself. I won. It was brought forth before the body and passed by 80%. It was considered a David versus Goliath movement that was covered by the industry. Anyhow, before I told you who my mother was and who my father was, I want you to know who I am and what I bring to the table and how I plan to serve. Thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, that's it?
That concludes our speakers.
Yes.
Owen was signed up to speak on some of the other things, not specifically about the park, it was about parkland.
Yes, Mr. Owen McGuire is to speak about protecting parkland, if you'd like to come forward.
pass one down. All right, yes, sir, we're ready.
Okay, I want to make sure everybody had everything. I'm not quite sure what's going on here. My name's Owen McGuire, I'm president of the Grandin Court Neighborhood Association, and I'd like to read you something from the Parks and Recreation Department, if I can find it. It's a letter from April 23rd of this year. If I can find it. I have it here. Here it is. Honorable Mayor and members of City Council, at the most recent regular meeting of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, known as the PRAB, members were addressed by Frida Cathcart, Secretary of the Grandin Court Neighborhood Association and local representative of the Virginia Soil and Water Conservation District, with concerns over the development of the Blackwell House in Fishburne Park, specifically about the potential for increased stormwater runoff into Murray Run tributary and the overflow parking within Fishburne Park. PRAB members want the assurance from City Council that this issue will be thoroughly reviewed and assessed before considering the rezoning request. Additionally, PRAB members want to reaffirm our opposition to the sale of the house and the adjoining 1.1 acres of land. Knowing that City Council has already approved the sale pending the rezoning, PRAB members respectfully ask for City Council to request a full business and development plan from the developers and share that information with the board. With a large percentage of businesses failing within the first year of operation, PRAB members are highly concerned about this site should the developer end up selling the property. The board should also like to review documentation from the bank that states that the additional parkland is required as collateral in order to receive their loan. We respectfully ask that you acknowledge receipt of this letter and provide a response back to the PRAB. Signed, Jerome Stevens, Chairman of the Parks and Recreation Board. Everybody here who opposes this amendment today, too, please stand up. Lastly, I'll present this later, but we have acquired a number of petition signers asking that this amendment not go forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does that conclude all the speakers?
That's the speakers on that, yes.
All right. Thank you all that spoke. We're now going to move down to item number 4, which is the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by members of City Council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussions of the items. If discussion is desired, the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. I want to call your attention to 2 requests for closed meetings from the city manager. One is to discuss a prospective economic development project at the 30 block of Church Avenue Southwest, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 Code of Virginia as amended. The second item to discuss is to discuss the disposition of publicly owned property located at 1 South Jefferson Street, Southwest, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body pursuant to 2.2-3711 Code of Virginia as amended. All right, I need a motion for the consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Mayor Lee?
Aye, and the consent agenda is approved. Thank you. All right, now, we move now into our regular agenda. And item 5 is a public hearing. We have none this afternoon. Item 6 is petitions and communications. We have none. And item 7 is reports of city officers and comments of our city manager. And 7.1 is city manager briefings. I'm pleased to call on our city manager to introduce the briefings.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And we have 4 briefings this afternoon. We're going to go slightly in a different order than what is identified here because I don't want everybody on the front row to have to sit through all of the presentations. So we're still going to do the public art update first. Then we'll do the police annual report second. And then we'll go to the budget and then the ARPA. And so I'll after each one, I'll remind you kind of the order, but that way we'll catch the police update second. We'll start with the public art update with that, and then we will proceed. So Doug's going to do the public art, and then we'll move into the annual police update. So, thank you.
Mayor Lee, Vice Mayor Cobb, members of the council, thank you for having me today. We come every year around this time to give you a little bit of an update on how we spend our percent for art funds and then how we're going to spend them this coming year so that you're a little bit ahead of the curve and the public sees what we're doing. This is the percent for art program, and it's 1% of many capital projects, and that money is set aside in the budget each year, so it's dedicated to public art. So this isn't new money that we're talking about this year when we go to the recommendations, but it's existing money that's in our budget. The Roanoke Arts Commission is 15 volunteer members who work really hard. We're doing a lot of work in the community. It says public and community art work plan because this year we made some policy changes, if you remember, where we said we're going to use some of the percent for art fund to do work in neighborhoods with artists and residents, really working in the community. And sometimes we think of public art, we think of a sculpture or a piece of work on the wall that we just sit and look at. But this is much more active than that, and it's much more community driven. All right, so we're going to update on last year, talk about this year, and then I'll ask for any questions and ask for a recommendation for approval. So last year we had $82,000 that we programmed, and we put that money to work. We have new work on the Elmwood Art Walk. We have one more piece that was damaged in shipping. We're getting that repaired, and we're going to get that in place. So every 2 years we turn over that work. So anyone who is walking along the Elmwood Art Walk, there's some new pieces to see. Additionally, the city manager said to me one day that the South Jefferson wall over at River's Edge North, very, very active space. You can even see it from 220. He said, we can do better than this. We're in a graffiti cover-up cycle. And we said, yes, we can do better than this. And we put a call out to artists. And we had a response from John Merle that was selected by a citizen panel. And this celebrates the outdoor activity in the community, kind of a big part of the Roanoke identity. And this will be painted in August. So we've already set the money aside. It's been budgeted. We've selected the artist. And it'll be painted in August. And there will be sign-ups for volunteers to come out and help paint this mural. Additionally, our Art in Place Fund, we set aside some money for partnerships. And we did the Dorothy Gillespie mural, and that was a partnership with Downtown Roanoke Incorporated, the property owner, Quintessence Properties, and the Dorothy M. Gillespie Foundation. And it's just really, really livened up this part of downtown. Additionally, we set some money aside for our collections committee to be opportunistic and to purchase art, especially if there's work by artists of color. This year we used $1,000 of that in order to provide the supplies for one of our grantees who worked in the Oliver W. Hill Justice Center with young people to create art for the juvenile and domestic relations courtroom waiting room. And it's spectacular. So the public's invited to come by and see that work by young people and some Some students at Corner Springs also participated in that. There are 2 works by them there. Additionally, there's things that happen that come to us as well. We had funded a temporary work of art on the Greenway as part of our last Elmwood Art Walk call, and artists Nini Rowe and Alex Ayers are donating that to the city. So that's going to Liz Belcher Plaza, and that's going to be permanent. And then there's a donation by Eric Fitzpatrick of a portrait of his father, and this is hanging in the Oliver W. Hill Justice Center as well, and he donated that, and so we're really pleased by it. It's a beautiful, beautiful portrait. Additionally, there was an anonymous loan to the city. You might have read about it in the paper where it did disclose who it was. It was Ed Walker, but he put a loan of a work by Betty Branch of Mr. Tarpley in Grandin Village, and you can not only go look at that, you can have a seat right next to it. And then additionally, some things we don't pay for, there's a new a new mural on Freedom First, and we've been talking with them a couple of years about this project. They were so excited about it. They got top-notch artists. The community has been so excited watching this, and we just really appreciate that investment in the city by Freedom First. It really is spectacular. And then coming up, and there's a volunteer committee that's organized by Councilmember Trish White Boyd and the Harrison Museum and a number of citizens who have been working on the Hidden in Plain Sight process, and which is a virtual reality tool to uncover sites of the African American experience in Roanoke. And additionally, they raised the money very, very successfully, surprisingly quickly, to create a sculpture of Henrietta Lacks right across the street here. And that's going to be dedicated on Henrietta Lacks Day, which is a state-recognized day, and that'll be October 4th. And that is by the sculptor Larry Bechtel and Roanoke's own Bryce Cobbs, we just heard him mentioned earlier. He did the sketches for that. And then there's a lot of new things that come in, but I do want to point out that we have to take care of what we have in place. So we spent about $8,000 this year caring for our art in the community. We cleaned and re-waxed the Dr. Martin Luther King plaque below the sculpture. We repaired hill climb on the Elmwood Art Walk. We replaced the concrete beneath Global Harmony. We cleaned the War Memorial on Freedom Plaza. We cleaned and revisited beneath the Roundhouse sculpture that's on the pedestrian bridge by the market. We added to a signal box at Grandin that after we had done some art on it, it got a new piece, so we had to put more art on it. And then we installed gallery railing on our first floor downstairs, which really has changed the first floor of the south wing of the municipal building. And we're really happy about how that's turned out. And we've got one project still underway, and that's the Roanoke E-Branch. The students have worked on drawings, and the artist is still taking those drawings and making them into a wrap for the E-Branch, and he's working with the graphics company on that. Now, so we had $100,000 banked from last year, and we're getting $100,000 in this year's Percent for Art Fund. So that gives us about $200,000 there, and we like to keep $50,000 in order to take care of those maintenance issues. So I'm providing a budget now, looking forward, that the Arts Commission has approved, and it does conserve that $50,000 in case anything goes wrong with some art. We'll have some resources to take care of it. And it didn't line up, but I'm going to run through pretty quickly the items that we have, and you'll see it really is community focused. We're really focused on how the arts can connect us, how we can do more together in the community, and how we can advance other community goals through our public art and community art program. The first thing is we had artists in residence. We had 11 this year in place. We'd like to grow that this year, so we just did have 60 people apply to be in the next round of artists in residence. We're going to have room for about 18 positions. 14 of them will be standard artists in residence. 7 of them will be experienced artists, and then 7 will be new to applying their creativity to the community. So we want to learn and grow as we go, and that's a $71,000 investment. Next, we have a call for art that's going to be announced on Wednesday. So I can't tell you exactly what it is because we're going to have a drum roll on Wednesday evening. There's going to be a arts and economic development discussion, and that's going to happen at 5 Points Music Sanctuary at 6 p.m., where we're discussing the role of arts in advancing our community, a place, and making Roanoke a place that we can create a business, we can create the kind of community we want it to be, and this is going to be a portraiture project. And that is a $23,000 project. Then, and because we're going to pay, just like we did with our last portraiture project, we paid artists to create the work, and then we borrow it from them for a year, and then we give it back to them, and they can actually sell that piece or keep it. Our Art in Place partnerships, we like to set $32,000 aside. Again, this is for a private property owner who might want to put a mural on their building. We can partner with them. It also could be used for public infrastructure. If we have a neighborhood who says, we have a problem in our neighborhood or we have an opportunity in our neighborhood, this gives us a chance to be responsive very quickly. And we think that's really important. And then our mural program, we're going to have a very specific mural program this year. 2 of our artists in residence are going to be our muralists in residence. And their job is not going to be to paint murals, but to help us identify opportunities and match artists with walls, specifically and intentionally in neighborhoods where these murals can be revitalizing forces. We're going to do, this year we had 30 Art Matters grants that were funded by the NEA. We're going to set aside $15,000 to do 5 to 7 more Art Matters grants. And these are for artists who come to us with a project and say, this is going to advance justice, wellness, and inclusion in our community. We're going to have by October or so, we're going to have our first Youth Poet Laureate. And we're setting $5,000 aside. We funded Brian Harvest Black Hancock to be working this year. He's been doing Teen Speak workshops at the libraries. There's going to be a summer camp for spoken word this summer, leading up to the Melrose Fall Festival, and that's where we're going to announce the Youth Poet Laureate. So we put aside a little money for the budget for that. We have an artist who's out riding the bus, and she's writing a chapbook. It's Eva Lynch Comer, and you might have seen her in the Roanoke Times. They did a video piece on her. She's writing poetry about the experience riding the bus in Roanoke. And this is a program that we've revived. I had to go away during the pandemic, but it's come back now. Additionally, we like to set aside $2,500 for 2D acquisitions, and that's to be opportunistic. There might be a local artist that we'd like to have in our collection. And then, again, I said that leaves $50,000. And that's a lot. We're going to be busy this year. We're already busy. And you're going to see this stuff rolling out very, very quickly. And then I'm going to come back to you probably in August or so, and we're going to celebrate the work that we did this year with the Year of the Artist that was funded through the NEA, or the National Endowment for the Arts. And we're also going to accept the next National Endowment for the Arts Award that's specifically going to be focused on providing arts experiences in neighborhoods to help be a catalytic force for bringing neighborhoods together and helping neighbors achieve their goals. And with that, I'll say thank you, and I'll ask if you have any questions, and then we'll ask for an approval on that.
All right. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Doug. That's great. I just want to take a minute to commend you, the Arts Commission, and all of the artists in residence. It's made a really profound difference to have artists in relationship with a lot of the work that's going on. Of course, I've worked closely with Simone Patterson and Jane Gabrielle through the Gun Violence Prevention Commission, but I've seen this at work in other ways, and Juneteenth was another great example of the mural that Robin Mitchell and others helped create through that residency program. So the arts are about building relationships and engaging people in their own creative spirit. And you've really, I think the community's transcended itself in that effort this year. So I wanted to commend you on that. And also just the Year of the Artist. I think bringing to the forefront the value of our local artists and how important they are, and how that's inspired other people to see that artistic inspiration within themselves. It's starting to show up and be very visible, and it's powerful. So thank you for all of that.
Great, thank you.
Anybody else?
Oh, well, are you, oh, I was gonna say, you go ahead, Stephanie, I'll go ahead. Oh, well, I was just gonna say, just to piggyback on what Vice Mayor said, I like the fact that not only are we able to appreciate the artists that are already out there, but we have discovered so many new ones that we had no idea existed in our community. So I just want to commend you for that and say thank you for what you all are doing, and it gets more and more exciting every year.
I'm just going to echo all of that, but I have to say that I am a strong supporter of art, whether it's poetry, whatever way it comes out, and I have to give you your kudos on that, Doug, because you have, since you've been in that role, you've done an awesome job in just bringing things out of, expanding the horizon for artists, as Tricia said, as the Vice Mayor has said. I mean, I just look around when you go to other cities and you see various stages in art. And then now I'm at home and able to go around and see the murals. I love murals. And I just go, the one you mentioned, Freedom First one, I just look at that one often when I'm on the interstate. But I did have a question. When you mentioned the private partners, are there others that you can elaborate on, maybe in neighborhoods that have come on board to allow us to do murals on their buildings?
Sure, in about half an hour, the Arts Commission is going to look at one.
Oh, okay.
Somebody came to us the other day, and it's a private building, and it houses nonprofits, and it's on 11th Street.
Okay.
And you probably know that it's already got 2 murals on it, and the Arts Commission is going to go look at that right now. And, we think we've got public dollars that can help a neighborhood advance, and if we've got a willing partner and a willing property owner, really, it says in our policy that they can prepare the site for us, and we can even pay for the mural. I think we see partners, and we've done maybe 4 or 5 now with private partners, and sometimes they don't need us.
Right.
They don't need our money, but
Right.
they want the partnership.
Right.
And it's meaningful, and it shows how important their work and their contribution as an entrepreneur, as a property owner, as a business owner, just how important that is in making us be the city we want it to be.
I like that. And also from what you said about the manager with the graffiti piece, and I think if we take advantage of open spaces and start putting more murals out in public spaces, I think we'll have less graffiti going on. And I did have a question with regards to along the greenways, where we have the bridges and overpasses. Are you looking at doing art on those as well?
We are, and there's one in particular along 10th Street that we've been wanting to get going for a while now, but we also want it to be neighborhood-led.
Yes.
So part of it too, and we're learning how to better say, okay, here are resources, neighborhood, what do you need to take the lead on this? So that's one that I'm hoping we're going to get done. Not really even hoping, we just had a conversation 3 days ago about it. We're
good.
planning on getting that one done.
That's in our neighborhood. I'm looking forward to that one. That would be good. And I think that might be all I had that I wrote down. Yes. Oh, and how much money are you looking for in your concurrence for the Arts Commission? Your total amount, are you looking for additional funding?
No, this is money that's already there. It's already in the budget. But, we cannot do this. The Arts Commission cannot do it without your support. The fact that you come out to these events, the fact that I don't know when some of you sleep, but you're always out there, you're always supportive of the neighborhoods, you're supportive of the program, that's really important to us. So we'd like you to be on the front end of it too, and know what's happening before it's happening, because I know you in particular have handed me cards of artists before, and so if you know about what we're doing, then you can help make those connections for us.
Well, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
I commend you again. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Doug.
And Mayor, with that said, then I would like to move that the City Council concur in the Roanoke Arts Commission's recommendations.
Is that a motion?
Yes, sir.
Second. I'm not sure if this time. Yeah. Are we done?
Do you need to call a roll on that? All right, Madam Clerk, call a roll on that motion.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
And Mayor Lee.
Aye. And so it's moved, so council is in concurrence. The motion. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug. And Mayor and Council, as the chief comes up and gets his presentation ready, we'll be doing the police annual report. Of course, it was earlier this month, I think, the last meeting, we actually had the annual briefing from Chief Hoback for the fire EMS. And as has been our tradition, we tend to separate those into two following meetings. And so this is the opportunity for the chief to share with you all the annual report out of the police departments. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, members, Vice Mayor, members of council. It is indeed a pleasure to be here for the very last time that I will give you the annual public safety as chief. As Bob mentioned, yes, the fire chief was here last time, but I assure you ours is far more riveting than his. So I'm just going to go through our review of the year, and in doing so, I just start out by giving you a glance of RPD, most of which you all are very familiar with. But before I do that, I'd just like to introduce just a small group of the team that I brought with me today. So starting on your right, my left, we have Deputy Chief Dave Morris. Many of you are familiar with him. We have Lieutenant Ramey, who is our Planning and Preparedness Lieutenant. He is responsible for ensuring that all of the events in Roanoke that are permitted are well secured, making sure the streets are blocked off appropriately. There's ingress and egress plans. And just this weekend alone, he'll be working with a party in Elmwood, Straight Street Youth Night, the Soul Fest, Motor Madness, and then of course we have the gun buyback this weekend. So he is a very, very busy man. We have our newly promoted Captain Boswell, who many of you are already familiar with. She leads our Community and Response Partnership Bureau at the Police Department. Next up, we have Captain Pulley, who is in charge of our entire patrol division, hence the gray hair that he has. Next up is Deputy Chief Stokes. Many of you are familiar with him. He's new to our department. And we have our lead analyst, Andrew Reese. He is in charge of our department, is fortunate enough to have 5 crime analysts and an embedded criminologist, and he is the lead analyst, and seated next to him is Miss Owens, who is a very capable member of that team. Mr. Price, Lieutenant Price, is sitting in the back, the second row. He is over our services division, so he takes care of many of the logistical things that keep the department running. And today, I also brought with us 4 of our newest police officers who will be attending the academy very, very soon. And so they are excited to be here. I know they're even more excited about the PT that they still have to do after they leave here. So, with that being said, just RPD at a glance, as I've just explained to you, of course, we have our Patrol Bureau, we have our Criminal Investigations Bureau, our Community Response Bureau, Services Bureau, and then other special units that many of you are already very familiar with, such as our bike team, our tactical response team, and of course, I spoke about our iStar team, which are our analysts. So just getting into some of the statistics that we'll talk about today. I just wanted to present a slide. Many of you, all of you know that our city is broken up into 4 zones in terms of policing. So here are just some numbers. You're familiar with this slide. I show it to you every year, but just the updates are the total number of traffic stops for each area and the total number of traffic stops which resulted in a summons for each area. So obviously, Zone 4, which is our northwest section of the city, is the most populated section of the city. Zone 3, total calls of service were over 18,000 calls. Northwest had over 27,000 calls. Zone 2, which is our northeast section of the city, had over 24,000 calls for service. And Zone 1, which is our southeast section of the city, had over 24,000 calls for service as well. Traffic citations, many of you have reported from your constituents speeding throughout the city, so I thought that I would bring up the traffic citations for the year of 2022, which was just over 4,600 summonses, traffic summonses. Just to kind of give you an idea where we are now, obviously we're halfway into the year. I just kind of wanted to give you a visual depiction of where we are 2022 versus 2023 year to date. So what you see here indicated by the blue lines are the traffic summonses that were written in 2022 by month, year to date. And then here is where we are so far for the year. So obviously, most recently, we were able to put some personnel back into our traffic division, which we are very excited about. As we bring more officers onto the police force, obviously one of our goals is to ensure that we're making sure that the streets of our fine city are safe. Just looking at calls for service once again, this is just a comparison over the last 5 years, just to give you a visual depiction. We have each calendar year, beginning with 2018 throughout 2022. The blue line depicts all calls for service, and in each total calls for service is also listed our traffic stops as well. So just to make it very simple, we also took out the traffic stops just so you could see the raw data or the raw number for plain calls for service, which is indicated in the orange-yellow column, if you would. And then, of course, obviously we have our busier days. This is just a depiction of calls throughout the calendar year of 2022, the number of calls per weekday. And as you can see, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday are generally very, very busy for our police officers here. Talking a little bit about our crime comparison, we always compare the previous year. So what we're looking at here is the crime percentages for 2021 as compared to 2022. What we've done on this slide was simply break down each category of crime. And as you can see, we had a 22% increase in violent crime, which includes aggravated assault, domestic aggravated assault, homicide, rape, and robbery. You see the subtotal. And then an overall increase of 14%, which you see at the very bottom of the chart. Obviously, I've stood here month after month, many times explaining to you the increase that not only we've seen in Roanoke, but the increases that we've seen across the state and, for that matter, across the country. Obviously, this is a number that we are always endeavoring to reduce. This is the phenomenon that we are seeing across our country. But in looking at some of these numbers, I thought I would also share with you, much like I did the traffic tickets, where we are at year to date as compared to 2022. And so this slide, encouragingly so, shares where we're at and in terms of the calendar year, January 1 to current, comparing 2022, which was obviously a high crime year, comparing year to date 2023. And the good news is, in every category depicted in green are the decreases that we are seeing in crime. And I really wanted to highlight this and not wait until the end of 2023 to show you this, is because this is really the result of hard work, not just of the department, but all of the efforts that we have going through the city to include Star City Safe, to include collaborating with our prosecutors and our judges, and all of the partnerships that not only we as the police department have, but as a city. We are beginning to see some of the benefit pay. You've heard me say many, many times again, it will take time to see the benefits, and I believe that we are beginning to see those benefits And you'll see later in the slide as I talk about RPD moving forward, some of the things that we're doing we need to obviously continue to do because we're definitely seeing a benefit in that. So just to kind of break down some of the crime, up at the top of the slide in the blue columns, it just depicts the property crime over the 5-year period, and you could just see the trend. If you look at 2022, you'll see we had 4,318 different property crimes over the year. And then, of course, you can look at the other calendar years and see where we were for those years. Moving down toward the bottom of the slide, same comparison, only this is for violent crime over the past 5 years. And as I mentioned before, obviously across the country and the state, very tough year for violent crime. Here in Roanoke, we experienced 508 instances of violent crime as opposed to the other years you see depicted on the chart. Specifically talking, when you pull gun violence incidents out of our violent crime, which includes robbery and things like that, when you just really hone in on the gun violence, which is much of what our conversations has been in the past times I've spoken with you, this is a comparison. You'll see at the bottom of the chart, the legend, obviously the blue line, the blue column indicates the homicides that we've seen. The yellow-orange line is aggravated assaults, and the green line is domestic aggravated assaults. And again, what we have depicted in this chart, much like past years that we have done, and obviously Vice Mayor and the Commission has seen this chart. This is one that we provide every month to them. These are incidents of a gunshot wound where a homicide also occurred, 2 incidents. And then, of course, the black dot represents the gunshot wound cases that we had, and then the red dots indicate just a homicide alone. And so this is the map of the city, obviously all 4 zones. We've talked much about this. We see it continues to be a concentrated problem, although whenever these instances occur across any part of our city, it's an issue. But obviously we see in our Zone 4 area a high concentration of these instances, which is why much of our resources, both the criminal intelligence-led resources as well as the patrol resources, are in many ways focused in that area to reduce that number. And we are talking about firearms, so I wanted to take it a bit further and just give you an idea of not only the number of seized firearms, but the number of stolen firearms. Obviously, many of you are aware that we embarked on a campaign to really educate our community about the importance of securing your firearms and ensuring that we properly lock firearms up so they are not accessible to those who would be up to nefarious activities. So, over on the right-hand side of the slide at the top, you see the number of firearms seized by police officers here in Roanoke over the past years. Of course, 2023 we added in there, but of course those are just year-to-date. Last year, 2022, our officers seized 360 firearms from individuals who should not possess them. At the bottom of the slide, the team wanted to discuss just a breakdown of where those firearms are being stolen from. And so we've listed each one of our zone, the number of firearms that were stolen from each of those zones, and then the difference from calendar year 2021 to 2022. So just for an example, I will extract Zone 4, the northwest section of the city. In 2021, there were 63 firearms stolen as compared to 81 stolen in 2023, which is a difference of 18 firearms. Obviously, what we wanted to show...
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
On Northwest, you're saying in 2021, there were I'm trying to see that 63?
In 2021, there were 63 firearms stolen in the northwest geographical section of the city, northwest, as opposed to calendar year 2022, which there were a total of 81 firearms stolen in the northwest section of the city. And of course, we have it listed, obviously, for each sector of the city. And as I mentioned earlier, that's obviously a difference of 18 firearms over the course of a year just in one section of our city.
Do we find out where they get those firearms, or did they buy them here, or they stolen, or do we get any information on where is this firearm?
So just to be clear, these are the number of firearms that were stolen, perhaps from a vehicle. Someone had a firearm in plain view in a vehicle. Without being secured, someone busts the glass, stole that firearm. Those are the numbers I'm talking about. But if I understand you correctly, what you're asking is where do the number of seized firearms come from?
Yeah.
In other words, the officers, while they're out doing their patrols, they come from many different areas. In fact, here is just an example of where those seized firearms come from. Each one of these pictures represent a separate, different case. And you know, our officers are out there making cases, whether it be on a patrol level, if they stop a car and perhaps come across firearms in the car and the occupants are not or should not possess those firearms, or it could be up in the area of a long-term investigation through our partnerships with our federal partners and our state partners as well, a long-term drug investigation where a search warrant is done, and upon searching the house, we find these weapons in a house where drugs is also being sold. And again, these four pictures, I could probably stand here and show you pictures for the duration of my presentation, but we've just kind of highlighted four of them just to kind of show you, give you a visual depiction of some of the things that our officers are coming across.
Yes, sir.
Chief, could you explain that 85% increase in Southwest and what's going on there?
With the stolen firearms?
Stolen and seized firearms, yeah.
Yeah, I wish I could explain. If I was able to accurately and articulate exactly what the problem is, we would eradicate it. What we find that, you know, many people are not as diligent as they should be, perhaps, with properly securing a firearm. Properly securing a firearm does not necessarily mean tucking it under the seat of your vehicle where no one can see it. It means locking your firearm up in a certified locking mechanism, perhaps in your residence, so no one can get to it. And so that education piece still continues. It's something that our department focus on all the time, to include passing out gun safety locks and doing those conversations, ensuring we're talking about properly securing weapons. So again, that's work that is occurring and will continue. We'd like to see that number decrease for sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Ms. Moon?
In looking at your number of firearms, you said seized by the year. I see where we're trending up. You're already at, as of May 31st, at 182. And that is, what, 5 months into this year?
Yes.
So it seems like if it continues to go up, we could probably meet or surpass the 2022. And under your stolen firearms, I don't see, do you have any data for the half for this year of what we're looking at for stolen firearms as of today or either May?
We do not. I didn't include that in the presentation, but that's simple enough. We've got our lead analyst sitting right behind me, and I'm sure he's taking copious notes now, and we can certainly get that number to you.
I would like that, because I was just looking at your change and looking at the percentages for 2022, and I was just curious as to if we're trending toward that or increasing it just as much.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We'll be certain to get that to you through the manager's office.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we want to talk a little bit about our partnerships. I've spoken many, many times about the ecosystem, the entire ecosystem that it takes to work to ensure success to reduce crime. And our partnerships that I have listed up here, which I'll talk about here in a second, is really instrumental in that ecosystem to be successful in reducing crime. Really, the hard work starts in many cases after the arrest is made. It's not the conclusion of the matter, it's actually the beginning of the matter. And so our partnerships with ATF, invaluable. Obviously, we have a task force officer who works with the ATF, and more importantly, the ATF works with our department to ensure that federal cases are being made. And of course, our Virginia State Police Task Force are also making state cases as well. So we're kind of attacking it from a dual process, if you would, making sure that we have state cases and federal cases going on. Same thing with our Drug Enforcement Administration. We have a representative with the DEA, and more importantly, they work with us as well. The FBI, many of you know about the Safe Streets Task Force, the U.S. Marshal Service. When these warrants and these federal indictments come out, this team is very, very important to bringing those people to justice, better known as the Capital Area Regional Fugitive Task Force, and of course our partnership with the U.S. Attorney's Office, Attorney Chris Kavanaugh. He has been an excellent partner to bring forth federal cases, and this is what we need, especially as we focus on the individuals who are responsible for a majority of the crime. It's not just about going out and making any arrest. What we try to do is really focus on the people who are really involved in the violent crime. We couldn't do what we do without our regional partnerships. Of course, this is all of our sister agencies. We know that our crime and criminals don't adhere to jurisdictional boundaries, so it takes a great partnership to ensure that our ability to prosecute these cases extend beyond the geographical borders of Roanoke City. Commonwealth Attorney's Office, obviously a great partner. He's prosecuting many state cases, and part of that ecosystem I think that we have definitely worked on to prosecute more and prosecute more aggressively, so we're very grateful for his work over at the state court. The Attorney General's Office, many of you know all of the initiatives, some of which you approved through grants that's occurring through the Attorney General's Office. Value that partnership. And then, of course, the Star City Drug and Violent Crime Task Force that we talked about at length during our gun violence presentation back over at the Berglund Center.
Chief, I don't know if the council was following this last week, but there seemed to be with the Attorney General lack of communication between our state and our local law enforcement. Are they working together as a team? We saw some issues with the Attorney General allocating attorneys to help speed up some of the prosecutions. The Commonwealth Attorney was saying that he wasn't aware of anything, wasn't aware of that. Is that, how is that affecting what you guys are doing out on the field?
Yeah.
Is that,
so as a law enforcement agency, we benefit from a great relationship between state prosecutors and federal prosecutors. And when I say a law enforcement agency, we, as Roanoke City Police Department, our work can be greatly approved when there is a great relationship between federal and state prosecutors. What I can say, and I will say, is that I think great work has been done to ensure that communication between our state prosecutors and our federal prosecutors exists. Do I think that more work needs to be done? Yes, I do. And I think that that work is currently being done to ensure that our prosecutors are coming together and see what environment the best prosecution is, whether it be a state court or a federal court. We know that, federal court's a very lengthy process in some cases. And when we focus on a particular offender that needs to be taken off the street, maybe the state court is the best environment. The command staff, including myself, has helped to facilitate that conversation. And so I am happy to report that I think that that relationship is definitely heading in the right direction. And it will certainly be something that the acting chief and the new chief should continue as he or she goes about the business of reducing crime in the city.
Okay, I've always been impressed. Well, I knew her when she was a attorney when I was on the school board, but Judge Dillon, federal, the judge over there.
Yes.
They've been her and her approach, and as a matter of fact, the last sentencing that we read in the media. Do you think judges should be a part of that group? We got a unit, but the judges, in terms of not only their sentencing, but part of their seeing, there come some individuals whose record indicates that they have been down the road before. And I think some concerns that your investigators or state investigators saying, well, this is a person that needs a strong disposition in terms of the case. Are the judges a partner then? Are they a part of the partnership, or do we communicate with them?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. I made a statement earlier before that really the work begins after the arrest is made. Many people see that as the conclusion of the matter, but it really begins after the arrest is made because it takes communication, it takes collaboration. There has been many, many times where myself, a member of command staff, or the investigator not wait until the trial to go sit in the trial, but we're doing that for bond hearings. And I say that we're on the right track because even during bond hearings, our Commonwealth attorney is putting on those cases as if it was a trial to ensure that someone who has pulled a trigger in Roanoke stays incarcerated and is not let out on a bond to engage in further activity. So again, I think the progress is there. It takes continued work. It takes continued collaboration. As I said before, myself and my staff, we sit in those bond hearings. We have gone over to sit in those bond hearings to ensure that the judge have a great understanding of what that person's history is. And we have been very successful in keeping people incarcerated as opposed to before we started on this journey.
Well, I'm glad you said that because I don't know what my colleagues have. What we have heard from citizens enough is they're not getting enough time, or we get them locked up at 11 o'clock, 6 o'clock, they're back out on the street. That's what we heard from the public in terms of the time. They think the time needs to be increased, that people don't fear going to court anymore, those kinds of things. So I'm just sharing with you just what we hear from our constituents, and I think it's something that I know that you've heard, and it's something that we're saying all the time, and they'll say, look, here's John Smith. He shot a guy, and, it took almost a year for him to come to court, and then when he comes, he gets a sentence that says you got 20 years, but you can be released after 8 or something like that. And people, that's a concern we hear, and I know I hear constantly.
Sure.
They'll say that. That's why I mentioned the judges in terms of people, and I know all about the guidelines and stuff, because I worked with that for years, on the state level, not with the federal, but on the state level. But that's something that I'm hoping that as we get and the new chief comes in and the officers that are here will listen to that. And I know they don't have anything to do with sentencing, but that's a concern that we hear from folks who walk into McDonald's and say, hey, look, this is this and this is how this is being done. So I'm hoping that judges will feel that and feel the urgency we have, because we live in a violent world now. Community is violence. I mean, I'm just so, as you are and any of us, upset about this weekend and what went on in a lot of different cities. And it looks like there's no fear there seems to be no fear. And my background working with individuals in corrections, parole, probation, there seems to be a lack of fear, and a lot of citizens think it starts with, hey, they don't go away but a few years, and some guys can do 5, 6 years on their head. They do that and keep going. So that's all. I just hope that's as we discuss that can be in the mix, because that's a concern that we hear. And I just wanted to share it with you and the staff that we have.
Absolutely. We certainly thank you for that comment. We encourage.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, before we move on, since you opened that door, I want to go through it. Since you were still on the Valley
You're welcome.
Crime
Go through it.
Partnerships.
Yes.
I had an opportunity to talk with the mayor last week, and we were talking about the ceasefire operations.
Yes.
And I think it was, like $200,000 that the city was going to get for the special prosecutors. And I like that we're getting that money to help prosecute. But as he said, I did recall reading that there was some kind of lack of communication with the special prosecutors and the Commonwealth's attorney. And I'm just hoping that with those partnerships, that we will be able to do a better job of communicating and continue to do the good work that you just talked about.
That is an excellent point, and thank you for making it. And I always advocate that there is no easier way to diffuse miscommunication by picking up the telephone and calling. And so we will continue, have encouraged both our state and federal prosecutors to ensure that there is no impediments between communication. So I think that we're on that journey. As I said before, is there still work to be done?
Yes,
I believe so.
Still work to be done, but
Absolutely.
you're on the journey.
Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. We had a chance to kind of take a look at the calls for service, so we wanted to take the opportunity in this environment, much like we've done before, to remind everyone that we do have online reporting. Online reporting is not speaking with an officer on the scene. I understand that, but we tremendously help the call load when we're able to report something over the phone that is reportable over the phone. Obviously, if there's a serious offense, we don't want you to call and make a report over the phone, but however, if someone has stolen your flower pots and there's no exigent circumstances associated with that, we would love if our citizens would use our online reporting. To date, we've taken 567 reports, so many of our citizens are taking advantage of that, and where appropriate, I'm asking them to continue to do that.
Are you aware of what area of the city they come from?
The online reports?
Yeah.
All of those would occur in our city. We're responsible for taking the reports in our city.
What part of the city?
Are they broken down by quadrant?
I don't have that information with me, but we can certainly do a breakdown and see where the online reportings are occurring. Andrew, you got that?
I know the researchers can get that. Okay.
And last but not least, I wanted to talk a little bit about our community immersion. Many of you have probably ad nauseum heard me talk about this, but community involvement progressed to community partnership, and we think that the next phase of community partnership is community immersion. Chief, what do you mean when you say that? Literally immersing yourself as a police department into your community. And so we are happy that we had an opportunity to promote Captain Boswell, who obviously is a master at this, as many others are at the police department. So we're very excited about her promotion. Someone mentioned earlier, I think it was during the art presentation, I don't know, he said he don't know when you sleep. I don't know when Captain Boswell sleeps because she is so entrenched into our community, as well as many of the other team members sitting here. So that is our focus for this coming year, is to really come out of the COVID where everyone was in police cars with windows rolled up and we were in our homes, really immersing ourselves back into our community. Some of the community outreach events many of you know about, our National Night Out, many speaking engagements, not only that I do, but everyone seated behind me does. Reading Across America, we done a 9/11 stair climb. Of course, our awareness to include domestic violence, our Badge Buddy running program with the West End Center, and then just what we enjoy the most, those spontaneous community events. You know, when we see kids out basketball park playing basketball, we're asking our officers to get out and play with them. And then, of course, our guns and hoses, hockey and softball games. I will take 30 seconds to digress here, because when the fire chief came, he was very excited to tell you about the win that he experienced over the past year, both with the Guns and Hoses hockey game and the Guns and Hoses baseball game. And so I wanted to ensure that everybody knew that we win all of those games, as represented by the winning puck here. Starting back in 2005, we were consistent winners of not only the Guns and Hoses hockey game, but the baseball game as well. So I wanted to let you know that sometimes you just get tired of winning. And so in the spirit of camaraderie, we allowed them to win. But next year we're back on it. So, but I just wanted to make sure I said that for the fire chief. I know he'll be texting my phone here shortly. Our crime prevention events, our Citizens Police Academy, which we're about to start another one. Some of you have experienced that. I know Vice Mayor went to the Citizens Police Academy. What an amazing opportunity to create ambassadors for the police department. So we are looking for more people to attend our Citizens Police Academy. Of course, our reset walks, many of you in our community are very familiar with, and then our community walks. Again, speaking engagements, attending many neighborhood watch meetings, and then, of course, I spoke earlier about Captain Boswell's promotion, but to add on to that, we were recently able to put several officers back into our community resource positions, and those positions really serve as the ally between the community, the neighborhoods, the community issues that are going on. They're the direct link to really get action taken care of. And obviously with some of our staffing challenges, we were not able to fill those, but most recently we did put several people back into that unit, a total of 4 if you include Boswell, and then of course the Lieutenant Camp as well. So we're excited about that. We're anxious about reestablishing some of the communication we've had with our community to ensure that we are able to resolve quickly some of the neighborhood problems that we are seeing. Recruitment, retention, and diversity. Obviously, these are 3 things that's very important to the police department. So under recruitment, I just wanted to let you know that our Roanoke Academy staff attended 43 recruiting events in 2022. 46 sworn personnel joined the RPD team. 30.4% of those were hired are part of a protected class. And for our civilians, we had 10 of those join the RPD team. 70% of the 10, so 7 out of 10 that were hired were also part of a protected class. Our Roanoke Police Academy staff hosted 4 police academies. Now this is one of those lines where it literally takes 3 seconds to say, but it takes so much hard work. Typically, we would only run 1 to 2 academies per year, and that's very aggressive. But our academy staff has been able, over the past 2 years, to run at least 3 academies per year. And I personally want to give our academy staff a round of applause, because that is very difficult to do, managing all of the entire cadre of instructors. And so we're very proud of that. Many sitting behind me will know I always say if we want something different, we got to do something that we've never done before. And running 3 academies is something we've never done before. And I believe that we'll continue on that trajectory. Staffing-wise, we're headed in the right direction. Do we still have some staffing challenges? Absolutely, but they're certainly not as bad as they were. And that's in part due to the actions that you all took, and we'll talk about those a little later for sure. Retention, we were able to expand the take-home car program, and then, of course, as I mentioned, the historic pay raises that you all helped to champion, and so we are grateful for that, which we believe is helping to retain our experienced officer and not just have a very young officer, rank of officers as they are coming in. And then, of course, finally, diversity. Last but certainly not least, training opportunities. Obviously, we try to promote a very diverse command staff. Many of you heard me talk about our community enrichment days, which is in line with our equity action plan. We've done everything to incorporate it into our academy, getting the officers outside of the four walls of the classroom to take a visit of the rescue mission and see what resources they provide and how they can best connect the issue with resources as they are out patrolling. Harrison Museum of African American Culture, they visit the museum. They've taken the Jordan Bell walks to ensure that they understand the rich history of the northwest section of the city and beyond. So these are things that we have done. We think it is very valuable, and we'll continue to do those, not only with our newer officers, but with the staff that has been here for a while. It's a part of our continuing education, so we're very proud of that.
Chief, Mayor, before you move on to your next slide, Chief, I just wanted to ask you, with all of the efforts that you've done, with going to the recruiting events and so on, do you think retention is better, or will you be able to report on that? Well, you won't, but will we be able to get that information later to see the fruits of your labor, so to speak, on retention?
Absolutely. In the way of how many vacancies?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
We'll be able to do that. As I look over to Deputy Chief Stokes, this is in his area of the police department, so I'll ask him to ensure that through the manager's office, we provide that to you.
That would be good.
Absolutely. And last but not least, looking ahead. Where are we looking not only for 2023 but beyond? Obviously, we're going to have a new chief soon, and we're looking for great things from whoever that person will be. But as a staff, we're going to continue with community immersion because we believe that the crucial link to reducing crime is community involvement. Continuation of offender-focused policing. Half of what we do is making sure that we're immersed into the community, but we also need to hold accountable those who are doing wrong in our community, and we will identify those people, and we will continue to go after those people with everything that we have, not only to include arrest, but to include prosecution as well. And it is our goal at the police department to be the best trained, the best equipped, and the most professional. And so that is what we endeavor to do. We instill that into our new team members that are joining the team, as well as the oldest officers, I think, which I fall into that category. Make sure that that's the very foundation of what we do. Be best trained, best equipped, and then, of course, the most professional. And with that, as I said, this being my last presentation to you as chief, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your support, your relentless and unwavering support to the law enforcement, not only in our city, but to our region, with some of the things you've done with pay raises and just your support, your kind words, and all of you have offered kind words and support to our officers. I just wanted to, as the chief of the department, say thank you for what you have done over the past 3+ years that I've been chief to help us be successful. And I know that our team is very appreciative of what you've done as well. So with that, I will be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. Any additional questions you may have.
Yeah, I just told my colleague already asked mine.
All right, Vice Mayor?
Chief, thank you, and thanks to the whole department for your incredible work. It's been an honor to be able to go on some ride-alongs and just to see firsthand. You never know what call's going to come next. You never know how quickly you're going to have to pivot to respond differently to a situation and stay calm. And I just commend the whole department for the work that you all do. It's extraordinary. I just had two follow-up questions. It's good to hear, and we can see it in the community, officers are more visible and present, not only on patrol, but I've seen several out on bicycles and more walking downtown, and I think that provides some reassurance for, not only for citizens, but for people who manage retail and face some challenging situations. In terms of the traffic citations, you mentioned that one of the reasons those numbers have gone up is because you have more officers out observing. Are you seeing, what trends are you seeing in terms of the types of citations that are being issued?
Yes. As I look back at the crime analyst here, what we try to do is, number one, we take a look at our traffic accidents. Where they're occurring and what are the causative factors of those accidents. And whatever the causative factor, and many times it's either running a red light or disregarding a stop sign, or simply put, speed. And so we will identify where the concentration of those accidents are occurring, and we will deploy assets to that area to try to reduce whatever the causative factor is. As we get more officers, we have more time for the officers to do something proactive other than running from call to call to call, and one of those proactive measures is traffic enforcement. And so those are the things we do to really try to identify the root cause. But if I was to answer that question, I would say speeding, disregarding red lights, and disregarding stop signs is probably the number one issue, along with distraction, cell phone distraction. And we have written many of those tickets as well.
Right.
Yes.
Well, thank you for that, and I know that that's probably one of the things we all up here hear a lot about is, we need more stop signs, we need speed bumps,
Right.
whatever it is. And the reality is that we have a lot of people not paying attention to the speed, not
Indeed.
paying attention to stop signs, not paying attention to the fact that they're in a school zone. And now, with the the new campaign that's just launched about, enough access for bicycles.
Yes.
Passing them safely. All of those campaigns are really important, and I certainly hope on that side of it, we find some funding to increase those campaigns, because you can't just do it once and expect long-term results. But you all, that's where it intersects with you all.
Yes.
And what you have to be able to do and what you are able to do. And so for citizens who have concerns about people speeding in their neighborhoods, what's the best way for them to engage with you all about reporting those sorts of things, so that when you're looking for these areas, starting from the accident and backing up from there,
Yes.
how can citizens be helpful in giving you the information you need to show where some of those areas may be?
Sure. Absolutely. You would just contact the police department. Our information line is area code 540, of course, 853-2212. And many, many, many people choose to use that avenue to report areas where there are speed concerns, stop sign concerns, red light concerns. And so that information is funneled through Captain Pulley, who is the leader of our patrol division, and Captain Boswell, under which the traffic unit comes. And so we will assign that to officers to go work on that. There are other measures that we can take by deploying software technology we have to capture the number of cars that's coming through an area, how many are speeding, how many wasn't speeding, the time of day it is. So we can really pinpoint and narrow if there is a 2-hour window of where most speeders are coming through. We certainly want to be in that area during that 2-hour period. And we have software that helps us with that as well. Not only do we have it, but our traffic division through the city, the entire city has that as well.
Well, and I know the other thing, which is more reactionary, but it's also preventative, is pedestrian crossings.
Yes.
And we know the state law is that every corner is a crosswalk, whether it's marked or not.
Yes.
And there are crosswalks throughout the city, sometimes with the portable sign in the middle, which someone reported the other day is usually flat on the ground because a car has
Yes.
knocked it over. And any one of us could say that when we're at a crosswalk, we appreciate the drivers who stop, because they're legally supposed to stop as we walk through. And many of us also know the risk of entering a crosswalk where we're supposed to feel safe.
Yes.
And then I think about, just people who are in mobility devices, wheelchairs, or are not able to walk across as quickly, or, have vision issues. So there are a lot of people vulnerable to that.
Absolutely.
So it's really more a call to citizens to be more hyper-aware of that.
Yes.
So that we reduce all of these incidents.
Absolutely.
The last thing I wanted to mention was I wanted to commend you all for identifying a liaison for the LGBTQ community. We have worked really hard over the last 5 years to increase our Municipal Equality Index score with Human Rights Campaign, and that's been one of the categories. I think we're getting close to 100 score. But I wanted to commend you for that. I also wanted to recommend for the Academy that there are at least 3 history walks for the LGBTQ community in Roanoke, and the Southwest Virginia History Project leads those.
Yes.
And they're on a regular basis, so I wanted to make sure you knew about those. This is a particularly vulnerable time, especially for trans youth and their families. I'm not hearing about as many issues or concerns in the city of Roanoke. That doesn't mean that there aren't.
Right.
We have seen an increase in terms of number of homeless, unsheltered youth who identify as LGBTQ. But I want to thank you for your efforts in increasing access to support from your department. And anything that we can do as a council to continue to support those efforts is really important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me ask you, I didn't know you had that LGBTQ liaison. Is
Yes.
that something that's been on for a while, or what's the role?
We worked with council to, Officer Jacob Underwood is our liaison, and we recently worked to add that duty. In other words, I like to call it a partnership, to just make sure that there is a familiar face, so when things happen, both in a reactive sense and a proactive sense, there's familiarity there already. And so, yes, we are excited to have that liaison, as many other departments have that liaison as well, to make sure that we connect with that part of our community.
Okay.
And I won't prolong it because I know you're tired of standing. With regards to the traffic citations, I was looking at your year-to-date comparisons, and I noticed in April, for 2023, there was 879, but that's the largest number. Do you know why was it so high in April compared to January through May?
Towards the middle of March, we were able to add those traffic officers back.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear,
It was
yeah.
April, right, Dave? Yeah.
So it was staffing that made the
Absolutely.
difference, thank you.
Yes.
And the other one that I wanted to ask was, with regards to your calls for service by the day of the week, you had Wednesday seems to be down more so than your Friday. Your lowest happen to be Sunday, and I guess that's because people go to church, and they feel a little good, feel better, into Monday, then we start back up. But I noticed that your Fridays, which is your peak, and I can see that, but I noticed that your Wednesday seems to be going down. And I would say, is that too because of the amount of staff you have?
So, really doesn't affect the number of times people call into the department. I don't know if that's just a phenomenon with the numbers, but, I couldn't think of a root cause as to why a particular day. Obviously, we are starting to have more officers out on the street, and we do believe the more visibility, with Wednesday, traditionally being a higher number. When we try to deploy our assets, it's toward the busier times. And with more officers, perhaps, with the increased visibility, maybe that would reduce the number of...
Because I noticed that your highest seems to be on the Friday, Saturday to even Thursday, they're about the same.
Yes.
But which we expect on Fridays. It's the weekend.
Absolutely.
It's the holiday
Right,
weekend.
right.
So, but I did notice the interesting trend was just looking at Sunday
Yes.
and how the numbers were really low.
Right.
But yes. And I think that's all, other than just asking about your crime comparison. Again, I look at your offenses, and with the aggravated assault, your rape, your robbery, I just see that the trend for the citywide trend on even the rate was down, which I thought was good, but your robbery tended to be up.
Yes.
And the burglary was down, and your larceny was down somewhat, but your auto theft is what I really saw was intriguing. That went from 175 to 119, so I guess the campaign to lock it up must be working.
I was going to say, those educational campaigns in which the community are a participating party to help reduce crime, simply by modifying some of the actions that they do, is instrumental in crime reduction as well.
Well, I noticed that. Well, that was all I had. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody? All right, Ms. Sanchez-Jones.
Hi, Chief. My question has to do with staffing. Are you
Yes.
fully staffed at the moment?
We're not fully staffed.
About how many officers will you
I don't know what that number is
be?
currently, but as I promised, I believe, Ms. Whiteboard, we would definitely get those numbers, those very specific numbers, and forward them to you.
And also, have you seen, do you have any data on the curfew? How many kids have been stopped or?
Yes. So Deputy Chief Morris has been assigned to ensure that we took note to what you all would like to have reported on sometime down in September. So he has been tasked with ensuring that we have those numbers, and I'm sure he could, in its infancy, since the enhanced ordinance has been passed, I'm sure he can produce some numbers as to what we have so far.
Thank you.
All right. You're welcome.
And thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just have one question to ask, since we talked about the curfew, and I did ask the manager, and I'm not putting him on the spot by no means, but what do you do with a child who is 13 who doesn't cooperate when he's asked, where do you live, those kinds of things, so we can take him home?
Right.
What is the plan for a child in those type of situations?
That would be no different than what we had prior to the enhanced curfew. It would really just to be try to connect with the kid and try to figure out where that person lived. I would say we've had great success. Very, very rarely do we have someone who shouldn't be out at a certain time of the night who just will not communicate with us at all. Fortunately, our officers are well-versed in de-escalation and just trying to establish a rapport and then extract that crucial information from the person. So in the unlikely event that would occur, we would partner with our social services. We would partner with other agencies where perhaps some information is known on the child, and just try to find a good resolution for the child, which does not always mean arrest. It might mean a resource, and in some cases it may mean arrest if those resources have been exhausted already.
Well, I just wanted the public to hear that, in
Yes.
case parents out there or rumors are out there that they're going to handcuff the 13-year-old and take
Not
him
the
down
case. Not
without
the
trying to
case.
find the parents.
Not the case.
Okay, thank you.
Well, anybody else have anything? You do what you have to do with those young people out there that are resistant. And personally, I know where I'd take them, but you all work with them as best you can.
Okay. Understood.
Thank you. All right, is that?
Thank you, Chief. So that was the second briefing. Brent will actually now work through the monthly budget briefing with you all.
All right, thank you, Chief. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Could I speak with Captain Pulley? I'll catch you a minute. Just sidebar joke.
I
guess, I went in the back, I don't like to go to his restaurant. I was asking for a recess, but I guess I should be. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the restroom.
I would suggest, if you need to slip out, just go ahead and
still under the briefings, and Assistant City Manager, Brent Robinson, now you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council. Thank you. I will keep the festivities moving here by being very brief here this afternoon. As you see, that was included in your packet. We have the financial figures through May. Once again, those were not final as the month of May was not closed when we put these together, but we were very comfortable with all of the major revenues being deposited and recorded appropriately. As you look down through the list, I would like to start by saying nothing has substantially changed as far as our view of the financial statements, the revenue summaries since our last meeting. So I think we're still on the track that we have been on for most of this year, in that we are expecting to end the year with a fairly comfortable surplus that I think most of us can be comfortable with, especially as we were projecting revenues 12 months ago or so in a very uncertain time and very volatile time. So just looking down through the list, as you see, most everything it seems to be running about where we would expect it to. The public service tax, you can see, is running a little below. We have an analyst looking to see when the collections have come there. You look at the sales tax, which is about a third of the way down. You can see that we're running about 84% of budget. We say about 92%, but they're 2 months behind in remitting that, the state in remitting that to us. So that should really put us comfortably above there. The transient occupancy tax, I was looking at some of the analyst work the other day. It looks like we finally clipped over some of the transient occupancy levels pre-pandemic now, which has been a slow and steady climb, so that's a very good sign. And the prepared food and beverage tax seems, once again, we're 1 month behind in the remittance of that, and it's already running about 98%, so we feel good with that. So all in all, other than, once again, we'll report down at the bottom third of the page, the revenue from use of money and property, and see we're 1,338% above budget in that, of which that's one of the items we have on the agenda a little later in the appropriation of some of those funds for the expenditures that we'll need. Once again, it's a very positive place for us to be, is in this situation asking for that money to be appropriated, because we've had a pretty good year and we have some needs to meet. Any questions before I flip over to the expenditure side, and I'll keep moving?
I do have a
yes.
question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just looking at your other local taxes, and I'm seeing a few of them that didn't seem to trend as well as you anticipated. Your business, not the business, I'm sorry, your recordation and probate, it seems to be at least, what is it, about $2,000 and some dollars less than what you had in the current budget and the actual budget based on last year.
Yes.
And then I guess the other one would be your cigarette tax.
I'll jump in on the cigarette tax. That's one, be careful what I say, that we hope to see go down.
Yes, I was going to say that.
Yes.
That's why I was going, that one to me looks
Yes.
good.
Coming from a tobacco-growing county, I have to be careful how I say
Yeah.
that. But that's one, obviously, that we really want to see go down, and we have seen that over the last few years. As far as the recordation and probate taxes, that's one that has been running at trend or above. So this gets to be the time of year when many in the budget and the finance area start looking. We get to this point, we see some of those. So at the next report, we would have a preliminary, some numbers to talk to you about, but I would like to point out one of the things, we're in this surreal period of where we, I think Amelia had earlier responded to it, we're finishing out 1 year, we're starting the next, and we're planning the even next, so we're working in 3 years, and I would just sort of warn council in the next 4 or 5 months, you'll be hearing it's this year, so as we go through. So Ms. Moon Reynolds, some of those that you're pointing out, I have looked at those. The analysts are starting to look at those. We'd be happy to bring you back a little more information. Not too much concern at this point, as they're not significant revenue categories. However, they still add up to something significant.
Right. Even in the conservative way, we tried to put the budget together. I was just looking at those numbers.
Yes.
Okay.
If I may, the recordation tax is from when houses are sold, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and we have a very low inventory and very low movement right now, yeah. Okay.
I guess I was thinking because it was going up.
Yeah.
I was trying to sell houses and the market was turning over. Okay.
Okay. And on the expenditure side, right now, not much else to point out other than the fact that we seem to be running at or below budget in all of our major categories that it's obviously good at this time of year. You see a couple running, the Public Works area and the Community Development area running a little below budget. Those are the areas that tend to operate on projects a lot anyway, and they will not spend the money until a large expenditure. So that's one you got to look at on a project basis. We're not concerned about that at all. And I would like to also tell you that we've already had our first planning meeting for audit. As just a few months ago, you had the results of this past year's audit. The Internal Audit Group, as well as Brown Edwards, has already met with finance staff, and we are planning the next one and are looking forward to getting started on the next one. As crazy as that sounds to you non-accountants. So, with that, I would ask, are there any further questions we have on the financials today? And if not, thank you very much.
Thank you, Brent.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and this is the fourth and final briefing for today. Believe it or not, it was to the day a year ago that we were here talking about the first year of the Star City Strong, or the use of our American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funds. And so it's a good time to come and share with you sort of where, kind of has three parts to this, where we have come over the last year or so in the program. Also, to update you on the things that we all talked about in last June, that we talked about kind of as phase 2, update you on those. And we actually have a phase 3 component to this, and there may even be a phase 4. So I'll talk about those sort of at the end as we work our way forward on this. This presentation is actually built upon the presentation that I used in last June. So there's a number of pieces here at the beginning which are really more background and kind of refreshers. So I won't spend a whole lot of time on those. Rather, I'll spend the time on kind of updating you on where we are on some key projects, and then really talking about kind of what's next with sort of phase 3 as we go forward. We have been very fortunate in being able to share in a number of different ways what it is that we have been doing here in Roanoke with our ARPA dollars. Staff has had the opportunity to present at the U.S. Treasury. There has been, the mayor, of course, was able to visit the White House. The United Way was able to actually go to the White House and talk about some of the projects we're working on with them. There have been presentations at the National League of Cities, at the Urban Institute, and the American Hospital Association. So those have all been really good opportunities for us to share with others what we're doing, and also to learn from them what they're doing. So those have represented some really good opportunities as all of these localities work together in implementing their funds and trying to actually make the difference in the community with each of these. Just by way of refresher, the city, through the act itself provided well over $1 trillion across the country, and about $350 billion went to localities and states and tribal governments. Out of that, we received $64.5 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds. There were also about $51 million that were provided directly to the schools here as well. And of course, as you all know, and we've shared before, there were also funds provided to Valley Metro, GRTC for transit. There were funds provided to the airport, and funds provided to others, as well as, of course, the state. As I've mentioned in presentations before, as far as I know, this is the only time in the country's history that every municipality, every local unit of government and state government across the entire country received an allocation from the federal government to support the recovery following COVID. Those were our dollars. Of course, you all appointed a citizen advisory panel that you're quite familiar with. They, in turn, helped craft the recommendations that were presented back in September of '21. And you're all, hopefully, by this point, quite familiar with those, and we'll cover those as we go along. Our efforts going all the way back to CARES Act really focused on response, recovery, and resiliency. And as each step of the way, we've kind of worked our way through that continuum. And as you see as we go through here, most of the investments that are being made right now are oriented toward resiliency and really that transformational change as we go through. Our efforts in ARPA from the work that the advisory panel did has focused in kind of three categories. Those have been people, places, and governance, all working together to sustain and enhance prosperity and health and well-being for all. And again, I won't go into a lot of details on these because these are items that we have discussed in a couple of briefings prior in those categories. But you'll see that is covered throughout this presentation then, where investments are being made in people, investments being made in places, and investments being made in governance. And we'll start by the discussion of the people side of things. And again, I'm not going to go into details on these. These were the opportunities that were identified in the advisory panel recommendations. These were not necessarily intended to automatically result in projects. These were just opportunities that they explored in there, although I think probably in every one of these categories we have investments happening in each of these areas. From those, as you know, they kind of extracted a list of other specific projects that would be undertaken, and then we took those kind of specifics and we really added the details to those. And we've talked about many of these in many instances, and I won't go through all of these, but I do want to kind of explain what sort of my color coding is here. So if you look at the ones that have a check mark next to them, those are items that we consider to be fully implemented, and I'll hit on a couple of those here. The items that have the dots on them are either, most of those are in process, so they're already being implemented but have not yet reached conclusion, and frankly, many of those won't reach conclusion until the end of the funding period. If you remember, we're required to obligate all of our funds by December of '24, and they all have to be spent by December of '26. So there's still a fair amount of time to finish a number of these projects as we work through. The yellow ones are ones that I'm going to dig a little bit deeper, because these are some of those larger, kind of more impactful projects that certainly I want to update you and the community on how we're working through. But an example of the items that have been sort of checked off or completed, if you will, include obviously the first one being the COVID vaccine, community outreach clinics, and awareness campaigns. Hopefully, we won't be doing those anymore. Hopefully, the campaigns are all being run now by the state or the federal government in terms of any new vaccines that are coming out and promoting those. And so that's an item that we believe has been completed. All funding has concluded with that as well. So now I'm going to walk through a couple of these that have been highlighted and just share with you some of the details on what these are and how we're progressing with our partners on these. I should say that the majority of these are actually with partners that we're collaborating with. Very few of these are actually being implemented directly by the city, but I'll highlight that as we go forward. So the first one that I want to mention is the Star City Works effort, and this is an effort with our Workforce Development Board, the Western Virginia Workforce Development Board, and the work that they're doing. So they received $3 million to support a workforce development program where unemployed and underemployed residents will secure job training accompanied by individualized career coaching and wraparound services, with particularly a focus on our growth segments of the economy. So think of things like advanced manufacturing, health and wellness, biomedical, those kinds of areas as well. Further, they were able, with our help, we were able to leverage a National League of Cities grant as well. So there's some other dollars that were brought into this mix in an economic mobility effort that the National League of Cities was supporting. So that's a non-governmental inclusion of funds into this way as well. Some of the items that they have been able to accomplish so far, and they've been slightly under a year that the MOU has been in place with this project. So in addition to securing that grant, they've also hired a career pathways coordinator, which was predominantly focused on helping youth actually secure training and employment in the community. They're the ones that are actually leading the Career Quest effort, if you all remember. That's where all the middle school children from throughout the region come to actually do some career exploration as well as some employment placements. The program has enrolled 88 participants to date, and when I say enroll, what that means is these are folks who are unemployed or underemployed who have actually enrolled to get the job training from one of the programs that they have, and in some cases also receive the wraparound services. Not in all cases, and I'll show a couple of those here in just a minute.
Question,
Sure.
One was, how much was the National League of Cities grant?
I believe it was 75,000, I believe, in total, I think, and I think 45 of that has been expended so far.
And also under the Career Quest, where you were talking about the underserved, those are getting training. There are jobs that are kind of not guaranteed jobs, but places where they will be able to get a job once they complete their training?
Yes, so there's actually, what we're really trying to do and what they're trying to do with workforce development is actually more of a guaranteed job. So there's another side of this, that's the employee side, there's an employer side as well. So they're actually working with employers to secure what kind of training do they need, and I'll have an example of that in a moment. And then really the connection made between those to say, if we find employees who we put through this training program, will you guarantee that you hire them in those roles? That's the ultimate. And that way it benefits the employer as well as the employee. Yep, absolutely. So of those 88 that have been enrolled, 48 of those have enrolled in the wraparound supportive services. And again, these can range from everything to being able to help with childcare, to transportation, to any of those kinds of things. And that is the way that Morgan Romeo defines this. She sort of refers to it as earning to learn, which is while they're learning and going through their workforce development, we're removing as many barriers as we can so that they can fully benefit from that training and move straight into that job as well. We have, as mentioned, engaging with business partners, as again, that's the employer side of it. So there have been 3 strategy meetings, 1 industry sector roundtable, 12 large-scale hiring events, and there have been 14 training contracts put in place. So those are those contracts where actually they're reaching to those employers, and the employers are telling them where they need help. They're entering into a training contract for those employers to provide that training, and then there's a connection made between employee and employer. They have conducted 2 of those Career Quest or career awareness programs. That has reached 749 middle school children in the region as well. So two just anecdotal examples. So that's all the numbers in the data. So let me give you 2 examples of what this has done. So Carillion has a pharmacy tech training program that they were trying to run on their own, and they're still doing pieces of it on their own. They have now partnered with Workforce Development Board through this Star City Works program, and what that program does is it pays for the classroom and clinical training for the employees that are going through it. So it removes that barrier so they can go through that training. It also provides wraparound services, and these have ranged from the cost of uniforms to the cost of securing the license to whatever that may require. There were 4, they've already graduated 1 group of cohorts. So those folks are now working for Carillion in the pharmacy tech program. There are 4 individuals enrolled currently, and then in July there will be a 3rd cohort that will start with that as well. So that's one example where folks that are either unemployed or underemployed in our community are going through this training program and then securing a much better paying job in a high growth industry, in this case with Carillion. Another example was a part-time employee was seeking to better really his and his family's position, and what he was particularly interested in was securing his CDL, secured his training through the Star City Works program, and he has been hired by Lanford Brothers as now a full-time worker doing driving, and the hourly rate that he's being paid now is $5 an hour more than what he was making before. So those are just 2 examples of how that program is delivering on those results. And again, this is a 2 to 3 year program, so this is just kind of that first phase of it as it works its way through. The second one I want to highlight, you're definitely familiar with because this just had part of their opening just a couple of weeks ago. LEAP was selected to address kind of the food systems area, which was really a lack of access to food. You'll notice as we go through these, there's actually a couple of those kind of food access programs that are working on. They received $2.5 million. They have also leveraged that investment through a number of other both local private philanthropic donations as well as some other state programs to take our dollars and stretch those even further. They did in May of this year complete the West End Hub. That's the picture of the building that you have here. So that was actually acquisition of the building and complete renovation of the building. This is now where produce that is grown from throughout the region is brought into the area. It's actually broken down into how it's going to be delivered. That could be delivered through the farmers markets, the farm share, through their other feeding programs, the mobile market, and also an on-site market. All of that now happens here, which was a facility they did not have before, which is now able to do that as well. They also have an expanded West End Farmers Market on site, so if you go out there now, right now, it's everybody working under kind of tents off on the side. They've got 10 more vendors than they had before, which again is 10 more outlets for food, 10 more outlets for growers to be able to sell as well. They do hope to be able, they've started design on a structure in that area, so they won't rely just on the pop-up tents that are there as in that location. They will also be opening up a retail market in that location in the spring, so there will actually be locally grown products available in that store for the residents in the immediate area. They have completed their upgrades to all 3 community gardens. This includes deer fencing, improved drainage, and enhanced programming. They have upgraded and also have started the community outreach with the Lick Run Farm in partnership with Garden Variety Harvests. If you were at the grand opening, you saw the gentleman that actually runs Garden Variety Harvest. So he actually is now operating that entire farm with it, and they have helped with those upgrades and are helping him with outreach regarding that. They have also been working on the expansion and improvement of the George Washington Carver Garden as well. They have done repairs and upgrades at the Leap Kitchen. So they were at another location at the West End Center where Freedom First is. The kitchen is still there. They've now upgraded that kitchen because since they moved to this location, they have more room. That is allowing them to actually provide more opportunities for folks that are actually taking their products and taking them a step further. So it's not just being sold as a raw product, but actually as a processed product as well.
Where is the George Washington Carver?
I don't know the answer to that. So, yeah, I do know, what's that, the garden? Yeah, I don't know where the garden is actually.
Is that the one on Loudon with John Lewis? Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I just didn't know the name.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was, but I
Yeah,
wanted to.
if you had said John, if they had put on here John Lewis Garden, we probably all would have known.
We
so,
all,
yeah.
we all
That's what I
recognize it
thought
by his
when
name.
Yep, I think that is
Just wanted to make sure I was in the right place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
They have also purchased a cargo van. It's actually an electric vehicle cargo van. So that now has allowed them to double their outreach with their mobile market. So instead of having just one vehicle for the mobile market, and as you all know, the mobile markets, of course, are go into our communities where folks are unable to actually travel even to the farmers market. So think of some of our senior living facilities and some of the other housing areas. They'll go to those. And a big part of this program was actually expanding the match program that they have for folks that are on SNAP and others. They refer to it as their Market Bucks program. So there have been additional dollars put into that effort and additional marketing, and they've seen a 36% increase in the use of that program, meaning there's that many more individuals and households that are able to access food, which was, of course, the ultimate objective with this. This one, I would say, is probably about 2/3 of the way through their completion, with going, obviously, the West Hub was a big part of what they were doing, and they're continuing to wrap those up. The FEC, so now this is one that we're doing in-house versus the other two were with our partners, although this is still with partners, those partners being Freedom First, Enterprises, as well as Carillion, and there's a national organization which is involved in this as well and has helped us along the way. The FEC received $250,000. They have leveraged that twice with Carillion, who has provided additional funding through their grant program, through their foundation, so that has allowed us to stretch those dollars a bit further as well. To date, they're celebrating their 3rd year in existence, the FEC is. So to date, they have served 1,252 clients, which consisted of 3,645 counseling sessions. 2,200 of those have been referrals by our partners, and those partners include the Housing Authority, LEAP, TAP, a whole host of others that have referred them. All combined, those folks that have participated in this program have reduced their non-mortgage debt by $1.8 million. So those are dollars that they now have available to spend on their household needs. They've also increased total savings by $245,000. Over 600 delinquent accounts have been addressed so that they are no longer delinquent, and those may have been delinquent across everything from house payments, car payments, taxes, whatever it might be with those. The 260 individuals have seen their credit scores increase by 35 or more points, making available access to credit that they were not able to do before, and 233 safe and affordable banking accounts have been opened. So these are folks that were either underbanked or unbanked who now have reliable, consistent banking accounts in the program as well. So this program continues. The 4 women you see on here are actually our counselors that work in the program offering those services. And of course, this will be is a permanent program with the city. You've provided support with this as well. This has just allowed us to kind of leverage these dollars and get a little bit further along in the program as well. Yes,
I
ma'am.
did have a question with regards to, you're dealing with Freedom First. Is there any chance of working with any of the other financial institutions?
Yes, so
I've been asked that question.
yeah, Freedom First is actually our contract partner. So they actually are providing the counselors for us. So we did an RFP, they applied for it, they got the contract for that work. It is not an extension of Freedom First, so it is our financial empowerment center. They are our contract employer providing those. They also, under the contract, what we asked for was the contract partner actually they basically cover the costs of one of those counselors. So they're actually financially contributing to this as well. But we absolutely encourage and seek referrals from other financial institutions into this program. Similarly, those bank accounts that I mentioned are not all with Freedom First. They're scattered through others in the area as well. And then every 5 years or so, we renew the RFP. And it is certainly possible that other financial institutions may at some point in the future look to be the contract partner with it as well. They've been our contract partner. The first time we did it, only 2 years, because that was all the funding we had. We just entered into a 5-year agreement most recently. Another one that is internal that I want to mention is our HAT outreach team. So the funding that we've applied from ARPA dollars allowed us to add 2 additional outreach workers to our groups. There's 6 outreach workers in total. What that's allowing us to do is to get out into the community and into the encampments much more readily. It's allowing us to partner with DRI ambassadors in downtown, Fralin Free Clinic, and the Rescue Mission in reaching some of these folks as well. And it has played a significant part in our ability to house nearly 100 individuals so far this year. We've already at just over 90 individuals who were previously sleeping outside, who are now actually in a safer housing environment as well. This is one of those items that I would expect as we come off of ARPA, we will look at incorporating into the general fund so we can retain that level of service as we proceed forward. This has allowed us to kind of prove the concept that with those extra workers, we're able to make those outreaches in ways we wouldn't otherwise.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
With the homeless assistance team, is that the only thing that we had that money go towards for homelessness?
No, this is just that piece. I'll talk a little bit more about the other homeless services that we've got in place. So,
okay.
Yeah, this was just one of those pieces that I kind of extracted from here. The next one I want to focus on is the Roanoke Valley Collective Response. You all know for several years we have been a part of a collaboration of regional partners. I think there's well over 200 partners in this effort to be able to have a collective response really to opioid and substance use in our region. And one of the needs that they had after they created kind of their strategic plan or their blueprint was it was all based on volunteers trying to do other work, their regular job and this work. What they sought was staff to be able to focus on this. You all agreed, and the advisory panel had recommended that we actually provide funding for that staff as a pilot. And so we are providing funding for the staff. The regional commission is actually housing that staff. So they're physically located at the regional commission. We have provided $390,000 over 2 years to be able to staff up that organization. And what that has resulted in is they have leveraged several millions of dollars of grants coming from outside the area. And this was before the opioid authority, the opioid abatement authority. These were other sources of funding as well. Since that time, the collective response is fully staffed. They have collaborated with Delegate Rasul regarding the Catawba Hospital expansion and helping work on that. They have collaborated with the city and Roanoke County to secure funds from the Virginia Opioid Abatement Authority. There's actually a story today in the funding that has come into our area. That is directly a result of work coming out of the city attorney's office, out of our office, and supported really of what we're doing out of this collective response as well. And we also, of course, that has allowed us, those funds will allow us to add peer recovery specialists in our community, harm reduction supplies, EMS supplies, and other treatment and recovery services. And as you all know, that's going to be an ongoing effort for 18 plus years based on the funding that we're securing largely through litigation. This got us a jump start. So now after these ARPA dollars roll off, those will be carried by the Opioid Abatement Authority funds that we have received as well.
I do have a question.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask Bob right quick? I saw earlier, and I was going to bring it up later, but since we're on this about the opioid authority, I saw where there was, where the state authority, and Tim will appreciate this when I read it, recommends over $4 million, and they were recommending $500,000 to be awarded to expand expand the collective response recovery system.
Correct. And so what that actually predominantly is doing is it will start carrying after these ARPA dollars are done, then that's how the staff will be paid.
That's what I
through
wanted
that
to
piece,
find
yes.
out. That was in addition
Now,
to
it does
the
include
three.
all those other services that I just
Right.
mentioned as well, but predominantly what that's doing is allowing that staff to continue into
yeah.
the future.
Yeah, when I read that, I thought
Yeah.
that was a good thing.
Yes, definitely. It's doing
Yeah,
what we had
with that amount
expected,
of
which is
money,
we
I
would
said, good.
jumpstart it.
Yeah, with 500,000.
The next one I want to draw your attention to is the GRTC project. So this one is a $3 million, was a $3 million award, and really is trying to accomplish two things. One is to expand enhanced services throughout the community. We've talked about this a number of times, about services later into the evening and into the weekends as well, and also to accelerate the shelter program. So we've had dollars for some time for shelters. This is actually to put more dollars into it and a clock, and starting to move that clock. So the dollars they currently have, they can set aside. They'll use those later. These dollars are what they're using so far. So the RFP for those services was issued in May. It was due on Friday, and actually at the meeting we had right before this meeting, Kevin informed us that they did receive proposals, and so they're evaluating those proposals currently. So that's for the microtransit service. They have completed 4 shelters. They have 3 under construction, 8 are in design, and 5 additional have been identified, meaning they've been identified and now they're beginning the work to find out should they move to design on those. When those are finished, then they'll bring the next group of those forward as well. This one too, because of the scope of what it is, we'll use the entirety of the time frame that we have. The goal of the flex service is to prove ridership, and if we can prove ridership, it's believed that GRPT and FTA will provide additional funding so that we can continue that beyond ARPA dollars as well. So that's the hope associated with that one. So those were some of the highlights of the people investments that I wanted to kind of bring to your attention. I'm going to shift slightly over to the places portion of this. And again, much like in the last case, the advisory panel identified a number of areas that these dollars could be invested in. That's what's on this slide. Most of them had some kind of investment in them, some more so than others. Much like the other, where the check boxes are, these are projects that we consider complete. So for example, nearly 100 businesses were assisted with small business grants, 28 organizations, arts and cultural organizations received funding, and so on. So you'll see those kind of checked. And then again, the yellow ones are ones I want to dig just a little bit deeper on to share with you kind of updates on where we are with those. The first is a project that is referred to as the Partners in Prosperity. So this is one of our affordable housing projects that we have in here. And we have a couple of different, Councilmember Volleson asked about kind of the homeless piece. So this is an affordable housing component. So we have an affordable housing component. We have a component that's focused on housing and supportive services for homelessness. And then we had those direct homeless services, which were partly the HAT and also partly funding that we put in place during COVID more recently to keep people who needed to quarantine in hotels. So those were all kind of those efforts. This one is really the affordable housing piece. And you all may remember, this is a partnership with Habitat for Humanity and a number of other partners in this as well. So there's $2.6 million provided for the construction and rehabilitation of affordable housing, with the emphasis being in the southeast area. So you'll see most of these homes are all being constructed, or most of these will be constructed in the southeast target area. And also an accompanying workforce development piece of this. So there's a partnership with the Build Smart Institute, so that we're actually taking folks who are underemployed and unemployed, particularly youth, and they're actually going through programs at Build Smart Institute to get the training and the certifications, but then they're actually working on the homes that Habitat is building, getting that experience in doing that. That allows them at the end of that, hopefully, to come out much more marketable, being able to secure jobs in the construction industry as well. So they have 6 homes under construction. There was 1 additional home that was recently completed and occupied. So that actually sold, I think in December is when that one sold. They have 6 more homes in pre-build design phase, and they have 5 homes they have planned for FY24. In total, there are 18 homes. Not all of those will be sold. There's a couple of them that are actually intended to be rented by other groups that are their partners, so that there's always kind of this availability of affordable housing, particularly affordable housing that's targeted toward anyone with disabilities is one of those avenues that they're focused on as well. And they have hired and initiated training for 8 construction assistants. So there are already 8 individuals that are going through the Build Smart Institute training and are actually working on these homes that are under construction as well. And of course, they continue to take in those applications as they go through the rest of the program. I would say this one is probably about a fourth of the way into their implementation where they are currently. It took a lot of effort to kind of gear up, and now they're actually moving through this as well.
I do have a question.
Sure.
The homes that you were just referring to, is that across the city, or is that in a
It's in
particular
Southeast.
area? It's just Southeast?
Yes, this project is really...
You're still referring to the Belmont Valley?
Yes,
target
yes.
area. Okay.
Yeah, it's really focused in the Belmont target area. So there are, for example, the homes that are under construction right now are on Stewart, Bullitt, Dale, Mountain. Those are the ones under construction. There are others that will be Bullitt, and then we do spread out a little bit more because we'll have a couple on Gilmer, as well as Melrose.
So you're coming back over?
Yes,
Okay.
so their focus was first on the southeast target area and then go
Right.
back to the Melrose target area as well and try and hit those areas.
Okay, thank you.
The next one I want to highlight, hopefully now these will be even more familiar with you because we've talked a lot about some of these as well as we've gone through these. So the Eureka Recreation Center, of course, there was $8 million of ARPA funds put toward this effort. The designer, of course, was secured some months ago. The community, there was community engagement over a period of months, resulting in a conceptual design, which was presented at a recent meeting, and I think shared with you all as well. And that conceptual design is complete and approved. So now what they're working on are the construction plans with development and construction plans with bidding to follow and construction to begin in 2024. That'll be a fairly long construction period because it's a much larger building than some of the others that we're involved with as well as we work through this. But the image, of course, that's on the screen is what the final conceptual design ended up being. As you all know, it includes a complete rehabilitation of the existing facility as well as additions on it, as well as site improvements. And then there's a follow-on that you approved in the CIP, which will allow some other improvements to be done in the park itself, which is separate and apart from the ARPA project with that. So that's the Eureka. The other place one, again, should look familiar. This is the Northwest Roanoke Hub, also known as Melrose Plaza. This, of course, is the partnership that we have with Goodwill, and which is completely reimagining their campus on Melrose. This is another one of the food access projects that we have, but it's also beyond that. It's food, health, and wellness access because this project includes not only a full-scale grocer, but also retail banking, financial counseling, health and wellness, and education. Our contribution is a $10 million contribution through ARPA. There is at least another $5 to $8 million that's being raised by Goodwill to complement the rest of this project. There is certainly some state involvement in this as well, particularly with the school, because there had to be some additional legislative approvals to be able to actually do this. Goodwill established a community advisory committee, which has been assisting along the way as the designs are working. They did secure a designer in the spring, and the conceptual design has been completed. What you see actually on the screen is about as fresh as it can get. Richmond provided this to me on Friday of last week. So on the right side, that is the floor plan for the center. So if you look at the lower left, what's in green, that's the grocery. If you look above that, what's in blue is the Excel Educational Center. That's the adult high school, which is the project they worked with the General Assembly on. The purple is a community area that they're still working on exactly its ultimate use. And then the green is actually the banking center, which the Bank of Botetourt is the partner in that effort. And the kind of light blue over on the right near our library is the Wellness Center, which is a partnership with Carillion. So they've already secured all their partners. The design is complete. They've started ordering equipment for the grocery. That will be the first focus. And their intent is third quarter. I said the end of the year because I didn't want to put pressure on Richmond. So the end of 24, we'll say, is when the anticipated grocery is to open, and as much of the rest of it that is able to do so as they work through that. So that is obviously that is the most significant project we have in the entire effort associated with ARPA. I'm going to shift to governance, and I'm not going to cover a whole lot in the governance piece because it's probably the least exciting part because it was a lot of the behind the scenes. So this is what we used to actually do our cleanups of facilities where there was an outbreak with COVID. We use these dollars. We're using these dollars to actually renovate the EOC because obviously the EOC is what we use to kind of marshal those resources. And anybody who's ever had a meeting down in our EOC room knows how inadequate it is for the purposes that we need. So it's those types of projects that we have in here. The one that I have highlighted that I do want to point out is the U.S. Treasury in the act I should say, allowed localities to declare what's referred to as replacement revenue or lost revenue associated with COVID. And that was done by virtue of two things. You could automatically claim a $10 million lost revenue regardless of what size the community is, regardless of what your funds were, as long as you got at least $10 million in funds. That was one option you had. Or they had a formula that you could use to calculate those lost revenues. We have used the formula, so we have claimed $32,812,894. So about half of the available funds that we have received, we have claimed as lost revenue or replacement revenue. Now, some communities have used those dollars and dumped them into their budget to try to balance their budget if it was really in pain. As you heard from Brent earlier, we did not have that. You all had made a decision early on that these dollars were all going to go to services in the community and not used to balance our budget, except for those instances where we did things like bonuses for the public safety employees and those types of things. The significance of this really is that by doing it counting as replacement revenue, when you use the replacement revenue, it removes nearly all of the federal requirements that go along with it. As long as the dollars are spent on a legitimate governmental purpose, like we would any other purpose, and we're following our own practices, these dollars are freed of all of those other federal reporting requirements. So even though we're claiming it, it's all going back into this program. It just gives us more flexibility in how we can actually use these dollars.
Have you picked anything to use the dollars on so far?
Yeah, they're actually what are funding all these programs that we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know
Probably
it was
what we'll
additional.
do is we'll sort of designate those as we go through kind of our auditing processes. We'll go through and designate the dollars out of this toward projects that we feel like we need that extra flexibility. But right now, all of them are being funded in some degree out of that bucket.
Okay.
Just a quick reminder, this was from the presentation that I did a year ago. If you remember, 75% of the funding was allocated in that first year. We held back 25% because we didn't know what was going to happen with COVID. I came back in June last year and said, here's how we recommend that 25% be used. You concurred with that, and we've been working on that, and that's what is in these items. And I'm not going to go through a lot of detail on these items because there is a lot of detail here, but I want to draw attention to one item first at the beginning. You may, some of you weren't here so you won't recall, but those of you that were here may recall, even at that time, we said, let's hold back $5 million because we don't still know what's happening. So we still have $5 million that I'll talk about as phase 3 that's not yet accounted for or not yet obligated as we move through our efforts and through our work. You did, though, indicate that $5 million should go toward emergency homeless services, and this is that kind of third point that I had made where we have affordable housing programs, we have the emergency homeless services, which were really our HAT team, as well as getting folks in the hotels during COVID. This is actually, you'll remember, these are the dollars we're leveraging with our other HUD dollars that have come in to address homelessness and housing with that. So those two combined are what we're doing to deliver somewhere around 60 units for housing, focused on those that are or recently have been homeless, getting into those, and then the supportive services piece. So that's how that kind of linked in with the work that HUD, or the funding that we received from HUD. And that notice of funding should be coming soon so that we can actually get out on the street because we actually have to solicit proposals for that work as we move forward. There was also, as you know, $2 million that was provided to match the roughly $14 million from the state for the shared lab out in the Innovation Corridor. That's a partnership with Virginia Tech, Carilion, and others. That, of course, is underway. The MOUs have been executed, and that project is already up and running, though it'll still be a year or two before the lab itself is completely outfitted as we go through. There has been $1 million dedicated to Park Roanoke. This is due to loss of revenue during COVID, so they had to pull back on their capital. This allows them to make those investments in capital. As you all know, $2 million went to deferred outdoor park maintenance, so this is what we've been using. When you go see those new playgrounds, you see new athletic courts, or the upgraded athletic courts, all of that's being funded through these efforts as well. And I should say, too, that at your retreat in September, it is our intention, much like we did last year with the CIP projects, we'll take a tour of some of these investments that we've been making, so you can actually see those investments.
Are there still any other, I guess, parks or playgrounds?
There are still projects this
there's some
summer
others still?
that are getting scheduled, and we'll provide you with that full list of what remains as well.
Okay.
You all know we provided $300,000 to DRI for their Downtown Ambassadors program. That was effectively for a part of 2 years' worth of funding. You've been getting updates regularly on how that program is working. Very well received, making a big difference within downtown. We also reduced the amount of governance dollars because we realized we didn't need as many dollars on that. We could push them toward people in place investments. So that included the $250,000 for the FEC. It included funding for cybersecurity and IT. We paid a part of the Hidden in Plain Sight initiative that Doug mentioned in the art presentation earlier. We continue to work on the Wi-Fi hotspots piece, although I think it's going to take less dollars for that, so some of those dollars are what we're using for the EOC retrofit. And then there's just been administrative costs associated with actually operating the program, although those have been pretty minimal. We also, as you know, we have a $250,000 tree planting program over the next couple of years. This is to directly attack the urban heat island mitigation. That project is underway. That will include tree planting in parks, tree planting along streets, and a program where private residents are able to secure trees and have those trees planted within their homes in the areas that are kind of the target areas as well. That's being managed out of our urban forestry group with Parks and Recreation.
How many is employed in the urban forestry?
How many what? I'm sorry.
How many employees is there?
14 in that.
Oh, okay.
Positions. They're not all filled, but 14 positions. Yes,
Oh, okay,
yes.
good.
And we actually added one this year in the budget year. You all had actually authorized us to add an additional one as well. And of course, you have the in-kayak park, or the in-river kayak park, which is on Wasena. There was $2 million dedicated to that. The designer has been secured for that. Preliminary design is underway. It has exceeded the budget, the estimates that we had early on, and I'll talk about that in phase 3. The engineers and designers currently are working to figure out two things, which are what can they scale back on to try to lower the cost, and also what other funding might be available. I still believe we're probably going to need to dedicate some additional funding to this if we want to do the programs.
Yeah, just a quick question.
Sure.
Do we have an outfitter for that yet, or?
Not yet, no. That'll come at the end after the.
So will you do an RFP or just?
Well, the effort is actually to build the physical improvement, and then either you can simply let the market sort of provide those outfitters, or if we want to partner with somebody, perhaps operating out of the Richardson Wayland property, for example, then we would do an RFP and actually look for an outfitter.
Oh, okay. It's exciting.
Yeah, it's a really cool program if we can actually make it work. Belmont Fallon target area, there was $2 million designated for that. That plan is, of course, in its very early stages of development, so we have not committed those dollars yet with that. And then there's $2 million for mental health, which we've started spending the internal part of that on employee programs regarding mental health, and we're in conversations with Carillion Clinic about the expansion of how those would be used. And at the same time, we also reprogrammed, we had $5 million of general fund. That was actually when we were attempting to acquire the Clater property. When that was unsuccessful, we actually reprogrammed that to Eureka so that we could take it from a $3 million project up to an $8 million project. So that has been accomplished as well. Now I get to the final part of this, which is sort of phase 3. So if you remember, I just mentioned that we had $5 million that we held back. That $5 million at that time, if you remember, if you look back at that presentation, so let's hold this back and let's consider using it for infrastructure, particularly water line infrastructure. And the reason that was identified was, one, ARPA dollars were allowed to be used for that, and two, the Western Virginia Water Authority was exploring a project up in the northwest area where we have substandard galvanized lines, so they're prone to failures. They provide inadequate fire flow and a number of other things. And so that was kind of the holding point. Since that time, the Water Authority has applied for and been very successful in securing state funding for that project. So they actually secured significantly more money than they had anticipated. So that project is moving forward, and it's using state dollars. Therefore, we don't need to use these dollars for what that purpose was. So right now, my proposal, and this is obviously why I want to bring this here for you all, because to kind of talk about this and see if there's concurrence on this or if there are adjustments. My proposal is to take $2 million of that, and we've talked a little bit about this, and establish a workforce housing trust fund. So Treasury has changed their rules, or not changed, they have interpreted their rules relatively recently to demonstrate that these kinds of trust funds are eligible. The question that existed was, these are loans, they're not grants, so they're repaid, and it wasn't clear how that would get handled by the Treasury. Treasury's indicated that is acceptable, so we're proposing $2 million to go into that fund. That fund would be a combination of management between the city and some external partner. So think of somebody like the EDA or somebody like TAP or someone that does that type of work. It would be loaned to developers of affordable housing who then would pay those dollars back, and it would be reloaned again over time. And hopefully we would be able to add to this trust fund over time to be able to expand its reach. I am also recommending that we add another $1 million out of this $5 million to the kayak park. I do believe that the designers will be successful in reducing the scope of that to a certain degree and securing other dollars, but I do think we'll need additional funds in order to be able to do the project. Construction costs have just gotten excessive, as we've seen with all of our projects. I'm also proposing that $2 million of the $5 million go toward the infrastructure in the Riverdale redevelopment, specifically the water and sewer lines. There was a new loop put around the perimeter of it in the last couple of years, so the overall service area is sufficient, but inside the development area, all of those lines have to be replaced. They're completely inadequate. They leak, and they would provide inadequate fire flow. So this would just begin that process. It would definitely not do all of it. So that's what I'm proposing for the $5 million. Also, we have, when $64.5 million sits in the bank under the current increasing interest rates, it earns interest. And so we have earned a little over $1.6 million in interest from those dollars. We continue to earn those as well. So I'm proposing that we use roughly $830,000 of the interest for matches for other federal programs. So the interest, Treasury has issued a determination that the interest is not bound by any of the ARPA rules. It is ours to do what we wish with it. So it allows us to use it as a federal match, whereas the ARPA dollars could not be used as a federal match. So all of these projects that are currently coming out from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, as well as the CHIPS Act, as well as all of these other federal programs, almost all require some kind of match. Minimum 20%, many of them one-to-one matches. So this is to start building that pool so that we can compete for those projects. Also proposing almost $400,000 for the Harrison Museum capital restoration. So let me explain what this one is. Some of you will recall this. So we've had for a number of years in our budget kind of a holding number that was for a future campaign, capital campaign at the Harrison Museum. It was what I would refer to as a moral obligation. There's no binding commitment to doing that. It was always just placed there. As I understand it, it was placed there when the museum moved into that location. When COVID came, and you remember we all were scrambling to find dollars, we actually removed those funds from that source because they had no capital campaign, still have no capital campaign underway, but we knew we'd have to replenish it at some point. This is a way in which we can replenish those. They still have no capital campaign, but this would put it back in the bank so that we could hold those dollars. If we don't do that and we want to honor the moral obligation, we're going to have to pull that from other sources as we move forward. But that's what that item is associated with. Again, no capital campaign currently. It just gives us a way to do that.
Are there any other, organizations in the center and the square that could have the same type of money set aside for them other than Harrison?
No, Harrison, council decided when the Harrison Museum moved from its previous location into Center and the Square, you would do two things. One is you would treat them as a legacy organization, and you would provide an annual allocation to Center and the Square to cover the rent. So inside your budget, there's a $280-something item that's in there. The second thing is you would build this capital item. So if they did a capital campaign, that's the only entity that the council has historically supported in Center and the Square as one of those legacies. Kind of like what TAP is one of our other legacy organizations, and there are a couple of others that are out there, but only one in Center is this one.
So right now, we're just building. They are not looking to do their capital.
Correct. We're not actually doing anything with this money. Okay. We would only use this money if they started a capital campaign, and we would match it up to this amount.
We match it. Okay.
Yep. Okay. We are proposing $250,000 of this be used for youth recreation. We did not fund in the current budget the coverage of what we need to do to cover our after-school and summer programs. This would cover that $250,000. So it's not an expansion of service, it's a retention of service. This is an item in the next budget year, we'll have to cover out of general funds. This gives us a way to do
So
that.
you feel that $250,000 is enough?
It is, because it's matched with other money we already have in the
Okay.
budget. So we did budget some part of it. I think the total budget is somewhere between $400,000 and $450,000 for it.
Okay.
That allows us to maintain the service
So it'd be
level.
about 600 and some thousand dollars.
No, 400 to 450 total. So this actually matched with what we already
okay.
have. Yeah. I do think next year, as we go through the budget, we should look at being able to expand those dollars
I think
beyond what we
so.
currently have.
Okay.
The 200,000 of it needs to go into our fund balances. As we realize increases in revenue, we have to, of course, increase our fund balances. This gives us a fairly easy way to do that doesn't take from any other categories. And then my last recommendation on this is that because we will continue to earn interest, and my recommendation is that any interest earned going forward be equally divided between the federal match and our reserves. So we just keep building those up as we go along. Don't know how long that'll last, because as the projects get done that I just mentioned, of course, that dollar amount will continue to decrease, but we are earning interest as we go along. And then the very last item on this is what I would refer to as kind of a phase 4. I would recommend that we come back in January and we revisit all of the programs and determine if any of the programs we're currently funding, some of these have been hard. They've hit wall after wall, and we keep trying to pivot. If we find ourselves in January and we still have not been able to progress on some of these initiatives, we need to think about repurposing those dollars, because we will have 1 year left at that point to completely use those dollars. So we would come back and revisit you on those. I don't have any particular categories that I think will fall into that, but just in case, I think that that's something that will allow us to kind of pivot where we need to.
I was just going to ask you, with that, you said you don't know any categories. Would that include, though, the Gainsborough Hub?
It would. So like, for example, now I believe with the Gainsborough Hub plan being complete, I believe we now can get some momentum on spending those dollars where we were previously just kind of hitting walls as we tried to acquire property. That's one of them. I would say, that we have the project we've been doing in the southeast and the northwest on leadership development. It too has kind of hit walls along the way. It's a lower dollar amount, so I think we can get there. If for some reason, I don't think this will be the case, but if for some reason we couldn't figure out how to adequately spend the funds that we've identified for the target area, that would be another potential one. But I really believe that we probably can identify projects that can be accomplished in the time frame we have. But just in case, I want to have that opportunity to be able to come back and say, we really need to pivot on a couple of these.
Would you be able to give us an update at our retreat?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'd give you kind of a midstream update on where they are. And I guess there's also the possibility that one of those that we've funded that's doing well, we'll find for some reason they just couldn't finish. And in that case, we'll talk about how we recover those dollars and repurpose them.
Yeah, it seemed like a good time to do it in September.
Yeah.
Mr. Cowell, with all this money that we put towards homelessness, and we saw that the point in time counts have gone up, I understand the Workforce Housing Trust Fund is obviously a nod towards that, but is there any thought about, using some of that money towards more emergency housing or anything like that?
We've got the $5 million minus a couple, there's 125 that's going to the Ram House as they try to do their relocation. There's $250,000 for some internal kinds of homeless programs that we have. All the rest of that money is going toward those emergency services, if you will. That's the money we're leveraging the HUD dollars with as well. So, and I don't remember, Keith can probably, I think in total it's
around 6 million.
total, and they're plus the supportive services. So that's what we're using. That is actually building or rehabilitating existing housing so that it can be used to house folks that are either were or are homeless as a priority and get those supportive services for this. So that's been the focus right now. So that really has been where we put that energy. Previously, as I said, we did have a program where we were funding to put folks up in hotels. For a variety of reasons, that was not a very productive program. You can't provide the supportive services that are necessary, and it just created all kinds of challenges with it as well. But that's an area I think that we should, as we do that check-in in September and that check-in in January, if it becomes apparent that we've got dollars that are freeing up, if you will, I think that's an area we should definitely look at because we are obviously experiencing, as is everywhere else, kind of that increase in the numbers of homeless. If there's a good part of that, I think, is the number of folks that we were seeing actually outside had actually decreased in that point in time count, which we were seeing that actually going up. So Hopefully, we can see that moderate with the work that the outreach workers are doing, but I do think it's an area we'll need to revisit again as well.
I think it'd also be a good time to think about, a shelter that is available for LGBT folks and transgender folks. That has been a big issue in our city, that we have a lot of LGBT youth that are not able to get into these homeless shelters because of the safety. So that might be another place to think about that.
And I also think that might be a worthy conversation. I know we've talked about this a little bit with with our continuing care folks that are kind of the folks that we have charged with sort of the region's response to homelessness. I don't know how much of that conversation has actually taken place with that group, because we do kind of look to them to give us advice as to where we should invest those dollars most effectively. And that might be an area that is worth elevating with them also.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, obviously, I'm happy to answer any further questions you might have. I would like to gauge your comfort level in kind of these Phase 3 recommendations, and if you're okay, then we'll start programming those, and that way, actually, the interest ones, you're going to vote on those later today, because that's a part of the additional revenue that we're realizing in the appropriation ordinance as we move forward. But just wanted to sort of check in with you, make sure, particularly on that $5 million piece, that you're comfortable with $2 million of it going into the Workforce Housing Trust Fund, $1 million into the kayak park portion of it, and $2 million into the Riverdale project, again, focused on infrastructure. I don't think I can use the dollars in Riverdale much beyond infrastructure and stay within the bounds of the Treasury direction, but infrastructure, I certainly can use it for that purpose.
My only question would be for the Riverdale redevelopment and that infrastructure. How quickly, because doesn't this money have to be spent by a certain time?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. I believe we could move pretty quickly on, if we focus on something like water lines, because the water lines are almost independent of the master plan in the sense that they all need to be replaced. So I think we could start working with the developer on those, and the water authority pretty quickly on that piece. Right now, they're all private, and I think the effort is to turn them into public water lines. So I think that's where that piece would come. But again, that would be another one I would check in, that if we find in conversation with the developer or the water authority that timeline lines can be inordinate, we would repurpose those dollars.
All right.
All right, well, thank you all.
Thank you, Bob.
I would probably appreciate that.
Yeah, I want to say, it sounds like with the recommendation, so you're actually looking at your next steps, year 3 recommendations on the $5 million as well as the $1.6 million.
Correct, and again, you'll also vote later today on the interest piece with the ordinance that you have.
Right. Well, if that's the case, then I so move that we fulfill your recommendations on the $5 million and the 1.6 interest.
I have a second.
All right. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on that motion?
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Mr. White Boyd? Miss White Boyd, I'm sorry. Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
And Mayor Lee? Long afternoon.
Thank you
What's
all.
it? What is this?
No, we just said long afternoon.
We're good. We're
Okay.
good.
Thank you, and thankfully, that concludes our briefing.
Let me say to members of council, we are way behind. I'm concerned with what we have left in the time we have. It's almost 5:30, and we got a lot of citizens here to speak on another issue. So I'd ask you to govern yourselves as we go forward, because I'm not sure how we're going to be able to get all the things. Plus, we got 2 closed meetings. Then we got to be back here by 7 o'clock. So, really.
Mr. Mayor, since the citizens have been sitting here for so long, can we possibly move H up to the top and go over that one first, so that they don't have to sit through A through G before we get to it?
I agree, but I want y'all to remember all of that when
I
we
agree.
get into this questioning back and forth on certain things, the time frame, because I maybe think we have to maybe think about those closed meetings and what we're going to do, but we can do that. But I just want to alert you to the time factor that we have. It's nearly 5:30 now, and I'm considering the citizens that have been sitting here all afternoon.
They've been very patient.
All right, what was your suggestion? Ms. Moon Reynolds, what would you move?
I
H?
would like to move, and if we do need a motion on that, to adjust the agenda, to move item AR 71H out of order, to have it being recognized and put on the table.
We need a motion for that?
You may not, you may,
You can move
you can move it.
Well, I can move, yeah.
Yeah, I just
So
wanted to
we
say
don't
if you
need that.
needed one.
you have agreement,
Yeah.
Yeah,
So let's move that up then, Madam
Okay.
Clerk.
okay,
We'll start off with that.
okay.
Where is it?
Okay.
All right. I would, down now to, well, we're gonna start with item H, amendment number 2, for the sale of approximately 1.1 acres and improvement to the former Fishburne Park caretaker's cottage. There's an ordinance.
Move the ordinance.
All right, Madam Clerk, please read the title paragraph. Take your time, get there. We all right. We okay.
All right.
We've just spent it's a long day.
An ordinance authorizing the city manager to execute amendment number 2 to the contract for purchase and sale of real property identified as a portion of 2424 Bramilton Avenue Southwest, bearing official tax map number 1470301, dated December 2022, between the city of Roanoke, Virginia, and Carrie and Justin Van Blaricum.
All right. We have how many speakers signed up to speak on this who have not spoken on it before? Now, we've had some speakers spoke earlier, but we want those speakers who have not spoken on this.
We have 4 speakers.
All right. Could you call them in the order
Yes.
that they signed up?
Shelley Himmel,
Thank you, Council. As you know, the City Council exercises its independent judgment informed by public comment and then reaches its own conclusions based in part on staff recommendations, but not directed by them. Staff, in its own filings, makes this clear that the City Council considers matter. Staff can recommend and advise, but they cannot compel. The matter at issue in May was the zoning change, and only the rezoning. City Council considered the matter as provided for in the contract by the parties and denied the application. Applicants have consistently asserted that their proposal was contingent on rezoning, and since it was rejected, which made performance impossible under the contract was effectively concluded by its own terms. That's based on 25 years of my practice. Surrender of the city's right to operate a park on this tract is a specific condition precedent in the contract, which means that unless that condition occurs, the contract is a dead letter. It has terminated under its own language. Applicants can't waive its effect since it's there to protect the city. This is sufficient to justify rejecting the amendments that have been submitted, but there are other reasons as well. I touched on those in my email. If you have any questions, in the interests of time, I'll be happy to answer them, but I feel I touched on those sufficiently, and we can go further. Amending a contract is not something to be taken casually with clauses drafted in haste, as this particular set of clauses appears to be. The city had little protection and almost no remedies under the original contract. The amendment, as drafted, actually puts those limited protections at significant risk.
The best solution for this contract is to let it die. And if applicants are sincere, they can make a new submission, negotiate a new contract that might actually benefit the city instead of sponsoring a giveaway to a business enterprise. Otherwise, you have no basis on which to resist doing this same thing again and again and again in parks across the city, which is an untenable result. We'll wind up with no parks and a bunch of failed businesses. I sincerely urge the council to resist the temptation to deal further with this contract, to reject the application, and to let applicants go forward with a new application and a new contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott Tate.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your service to the city. It was great to sit today and hear about all the good works that you support. That was a nice added benefit I did not expect. My family, my wife and son and I live in the Grand and Court neighborhood across from Fishburne Park. One of the things we love about Roanoke is its many parks and green spaces, including Fishburne Park. That said, I am in support of this amendment and the sale of the cottage. The amendment seems to include specific green space protections and the right of the first refusal of the city for any future sale of the property. The renovation of the cottage into a coffee shop will enhance the enjoyment and use of Fishburne Park. It preserves a historically significant structure, leverages private investment, and directly supports small business creation. Many of my neighbors and friends feel similarly. There are some notable differences of opinion in our neighborhood. Some of that you have heard tonight and will hear in the future. I care a lot about neighborhoods. I served on the city's Roanoke Neighborhood Advocates Commission for a number of years. I was an officer on that body. I've been a member of the Grand and Court Neighborhood Association. I do feel that the current Grand and Court Neighborhood Association, or GCNA, has their leadership has been very vocal in opposition to this contract. It's part of the reason I felt like it was important to speak to you tonight in support of the sale. I don't feel like the GCNA has always been a credible source of information to the neighborhood or from the neighborhood. We have seen them disseminate misleading and sometimes inaccurate information, and sometimes seek to exclude or minimize different perspectives. Again, I do feel like there's a difference of opinion in our neighborhood, and at the same time, I respect the passion and support of the GCNA and the folks you've heard from tonight and other folks you will hear from who feel different than I do about parks. I think that's important. Many of us share that interest in stronger neighborhoods, vibrant parks, locally owned businesses. But in my view, the action in favor of this amendment, the sale of the cottage, is in keeping with those interests. I think it will add to enjoyment of the park. I think it serves a number of good purposes, and I think it's in the interest of the city to do so. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Bobby Mountcastle. Okay. And the next speaker, Candace Verwe.
Yep, you got it.
Hello. Thank you for your service. I hope you all voted today. I'm going after here. I'm here, as I was last time, in support of the sale of the land and the coffee shop as we know it. I'm just a little citizen. We're not organized, those of us who are in favor of this. We're all coming up here speaking independently. There is no one representing us and orchestrating anything. I didn't bring up any signs to hold. I don't have any banners to hold, because it's just me speaking from my heart. Okay, why am I for this? I've watched what the Van Berkelaams have done, what they're trying to do, and what I believe is good for the city. I believe it's good for the taxpayers. I believe it's good for Grandin Court, where I live, and I am part of 2,500 people who really hasn't been represented by my organization. And I've watched them be honest. I've watched them take the high road. I read the new amendment, Amendment Number 2, and it looks to me like it's trying to be a compromise between what was and what is that can satisfy council, can satisfy neighbors, and can satisfy even some of the opposition's concerns. So I urge you to please vote in favor. Thank you. Would those of you in favor of the sale please stand up or raise your hand? Thank you.
And we had one other speaker who left, William Sweet, and he left you his remarks.
Yes.
So that's all we have at this point.
I signed it on the agenda and I haven't spoken on the amendment. I did sign it.
You haven't, did you
I
speak?
didn't mention the amendment when I spoke earlier. You mentioned one word about it.
What do you think? Yeah. Okay, you can speak. We'll let her speak. You're 3 minutes. But she spoke on, I
Yes,
think,
her
her
topic
legacy
was
and her family. And so I remember you talking about your parents and your family. And
Yeah, before it was about my resume and my experience.
We'll let you go ahead and speak on that.
Yeah, this is about the amendment. In the city's 2040 comprehensive plan, it talks about trust and the importance of establishing trust with the citizens. One of the things I found when I was going and talking to people door to door about the petition and encouraging them to come down to City Council and speak to you all, was there is a fear in Roanoke City that some people have that if they speak contrary to what the city management is doing, that it could potentially hurt their businesses or their jobs. And I think that that's something that's of concern that the city needs to work on. We need to have good trusting experiences. I'm not afraid to speak up because I've always spoken up, but also I realize I don't have as much at risk as other people do. I literally am supported by a trust fund that's handled by lawyers, accountants, and finance advisors to make sure that my comfort is taken care of. I am good. I don't have to worry about that. And my husband works for a national company. All my children work for national companies. So I don't have to worry about backlash. I also have wonderful connections and things that are available to me. My dad went to Episcopal High School with Ed Walker's father. Ed Walker went to school with my cousin. Chip Woodrum went to the same school. John McCain. Bobby Fishburne was in my dad's class. So I just say that as a way of, these are families that have had generational wealth for a long time. And one of the things that concerns me about the amendment, about the contract, is that it conveys the land directly to the Van Blaircones in their name. Now, anybody that's used to protecting their wealth would never do such a thing because it doesn't give them the corporate veil to prevent their private wealth from being compromised if something happens, and it could create problems for them later when they want to establish this business. I want to let you know that Ronnie Sutton did send you all an email letting you all know if the city is determined on selling the house in Fishburne Park, that you'd be willing to set up a nonprofit and work to have the nonprofit actually buy the house, if that is something that's a holdup for you all. But I really would encourage you to let, to vote no on this amendment because it doesn't provide the protections for anybody, even the Van Blaircones. And Ronnie and I reached out to Justin Blaircone, had a meeting with him to talk about how his plan wasn't incongruent with what our vision was. And we had a very productive first meeting, but when he heard that we didn't want the land, that we wanted to provide the equity and the ability to renovate the land without using the land, he didn't need an acre of land, he cut off communication with us, which I think is very concerning. Our issue is not with a coffee shop, our issue is with the parkland and the public losing their access to it. So I wanted to address that and bring that up to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That concludes all of our speakers?
Yes, sir.
All right, any discussion among council? Mr. Voss.
I just wanted to make a few comments before the vote. This contract was voted on before my presence on this council, so there's not as much that I can do about it. Would have loved to have been there to negotiate the original one. This isn't a new precedent that's being set today. If we were to vote yes, it's not a new precedent. We have sold parkland before. But I don't think that's necessarily the right thing to do. What I think we should be doing as a city is striving to come and use the best practices that we've seen from other localities and that we know will work and protect the city's parklands and other places. And that, to me, is creating a leasehold agreement that would allow for somebody to operate on the park without having to own the park. And I hope that in the future, that is something that this council will contemplate when we have our next person who wants to do something in one of the parks as a way of making sure that there's income through the lease, but also making sure that we still have that parkland in perpetuity. With that being said, I am going to vote yes today because I believe that we have come up with what is the best compromise. There are things that weren't in the first contract, like the first right of refusal, keeping that open space. Those things have been addressed. I know there are other concerns as well, but I think those are small concerns compared to my ultimate concern, which is the sale of parkland that has been entrusted to us as a council for many, many decades at this point on Fishburne Park. So I just wanted to say that that's where my head is, and that I hope that in the future we can skip all of the back and forth that we've had to have by having a more best practice based system for vendors in the future.
All right, Ms. Munoz.
Thank you. I still have some concern as it states here that the amendment number 2 is for the sale of approximately 1.1 acres. So again, I am totally against the sale of the property for the petitioner to use as collateral for the .6 which is the cottage for use for the coffee shop. I am supportive of a coffee shop. I think that's a great amenity to have in the park. I support that 100%. What I don't support is having to sell the city's acreage, a park acreage, for him to have that. Now, if the change can be made on that .6, and I don't know if the petitioner is here or someone else is here that could answer the question, can he do what needs to be done with that 6/10 of an acre to get the coffee shop without using the entire 1.1 acres to have it for collateral?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Compton Biddle, and I'm here on behalf of the Van Blaricums as our counsel. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And I understand that concern. I think since the beginning, though, part of the challenge for this project is that it will take more than, the $150,000 that's required to do this project. And to do so may require a loan. And in order to get a loan, you have to have the acreage. So that's the problem if you want private money to do this. And these folks do not have a trust fund that's paying for all of this. These are folks that were born and raised in Roanoke, raising their families here, trying to pursue a dream for their kids to work in the coffee shop maybe someday and have a nice place in the neighborhood for everybody. So I think they're going to have to consider that loan.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Yes, sir.
Tried to address your concern, which I understand and appreciate, like Mr. Volleson said, and tried to listen to council. That's why we look to carve out that half acre, make sure it's open space, which really limits what it can be. It can be a community garden, maybe a farmer's market, if you will. But we did it along Brambleton. And if approved, I will walk with Mr. Biddle and his client to look through so that we can make sure that we make the application for the rezoning as close to protecting every bit of that green space while still giving them the collateral they need for the loan. Richard Reif is the architect on this project. I mentioned to Richard, he and I have worked together on both two high schools. I had talked to him, make sure he was okay with me associating him with the project in public, which I did. But I think they have a good team, that if anyone can do it, I've worked with Richard and folks in his office, Bill Hume, who you all know. We've tried to hit that measure, but I understand your concerns. And I just appreciate where Mr. Volensen's coming from. He'd like it better. And he'll be here next time, and it'll be better from your perspective. But thank you for not letting perfect get in the way of the good. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, you're welcome. You still have the floor, Ms. Moore.
I'm still uncomfortable with having to sell the city, the property. I just don't like selling property, park property for collateral, just so that they could get the work done. I just was hoping that they would be able to find another revenue source, collateral from somewhere else, to get the cottage in preparation for the coffee shop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, any other members of council? I'm gonna come.
Yeah, I will be brief, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with the young lady that spoke earlier about the compromising. It was a bit of compromise because, initially, I was concerned after I voted for it, and then some of the issues that were raised in the public hearing made me pause. And after we went back and we had the amendment and made the compromises, it does make it a little bit more palatable. So I think for me, it's not a win-win situation, unfortunately, but the coffee shop, I think is a plus. Losing the parkland is a negative, but we do have a compromise, and I am comfortable with the compromise, and we'll just have to look at things differently the next time. I agree with you, Mr. Volson. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, no comment. Vice Mayor?
All right, thank you. I want to say I think this is a really good investment for our city. I think this is a great vision. I commend the Van Blaricums for their patience, for their thoughtfulness, for their open-mindedness to arrive at a compromise. I appreciate our colleagues up here and the really great questions that we've asked to reach this compromise. I have every confidence that this will not only bring much-needed restoration to the cottage, but I also am confident that we are placing this in really good hands, because it's not just the people investing in this, it's so many neighbors and so many people in the city who've said, we're there. We want to see this happen. And even those who have voiced objection to it, I appreciate and respect the objection, and I hope that they too will find a way to support this important effort. I love that our parks are seeing increased usage. I hope that continues to be a problem, because I think it's really valuable. I don't believe that this is an ongoing pattern. When we have sold properties or land, they have been very specific, and they've usually been tied with some kind of restorative act. And so this is one of, I think, 5 that we've done, and I just see extraordinary benefits for this. So I fully support this, and I'm glad that we've been able to reach compromise, and appreciate everyone who's been involved in that process.
All right.
I must say that it has been a hard decision to come to this point, and I'm glad that I'm glad to vote yes for it, because I know that it's going to help a lot of the young families if I have a place to go and just have coffee while they watch the children play. So plus we are helping economic development for our city. So that's how I look at it.
Okay, I think we've had, a lot have been said, a lot has been done on this, and I want to thank our attorney, Tim Spencer, for working on this, and I'm pleased to see that Richard Rife is there. I've been around about as long as anybody has with the schools and now, and so, but he's a person that I've grown to trust over the years in terms of his business dealing with what he can do, and if anybody can do some things and make it correct, Mr. Rife can do that. So I think compromise is part of this business, and the couples that's going to be doing this, I know that's going to. I want to give them a chance. I got a lot of comments last time we voted on this, to give them a chance to get this right. And I'm trusting the people that are involved will make that happen. So, with that said, I'm ready to vote, Madam Clerk.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
And Mayor Lee?
Aye. And so, thank you, and the process is approved. Madam Clerk, can you tell me where we are now?
Now, we can go back to 7-1A.
Okay, I got it right here. Is that? That's it. Okay.
7A.
All right.
7A, yes.
Okay. All right, we're now down to we're back to item A, which is approval of intergovernmental agreement for operation of the Regional Center for Animal Care and Protection. There's an ordinance.
Move the ordinance. Second.
Madam Clerk, can you read the title paragraph?
Yes. An ordinance authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute the intergovernmental agreement for the operation of the Regional Center for Animal Care and Protection among the City of Roanoke, County of Roanoke, the County of Botetourt, authorizing the city manager to execute any and all documents associated with the agreement, and dispensing with the second reading of this ordinance by title.
All right, thank you. Any discussion among members of council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
And Mayor Lee?
Aye. And the ordinance passes. Thank you. Item B is an amended budget ordinance to appropriate program income for FY23 HUD funds. There's a budget ordinance.
Move the budget ordinance.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please read the title paragraph.
An ordinance to appropriate funding from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, for the Home Investment Partnerships Program, amending and reordaining certain sections of the 2022-2023 grant fund appropriations, and dispensing with the second reading by title of this ordinance.
Thank you. Any members of council have any discussions or questions?
Yes, sir, Mayor, if I may.
All right.
Since this budget ordinance, the proposed budget ordinance is to amend the budget ordinance, I would ask to amend this budget ordinance to read that an ordinance to amend budget ordinance number 42398071822 to appropriate funding. Because as it stands, it appears as if it's just a regular budget ordinance, and it's not mentioning that it is to amend said budget ordinance.
Mr. Mayor, that type of amendment would be appropriate and consistent with past practices.
Yes, thank you.
All right. All right, so you put that in the form of a motion.
Yes, sir, I do. I move that
Second.
motion. Thank you.
Is there a second? All right, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the amendment?
Okay, who seconded that amendment?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah. So we just adopted the main motion as amended.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
So with that, you can
Yeah.
just call the roll.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? Mr. Pretty? I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Mayor Lee?
Aye. And now that's been approved, we'll go ahead and vote on the,
No, that's it.
I think we approved
We
it
approved
as
it,
amended.
yeah,
Okay.
as amended,
All
yes,
right.
sir.
as amended. Thank you then. All right, item C is the acceptance and appropriation of FY24 HUD funds. There's a resolution here.
Move the resolution.
Mr. Mayor, I have a statement of conflict of interest I need to read before we do that.
Yes, sir.
I, Joseph L. Cobb, state that I have a personal interest in Agenda Item 7.1C regarding HUD ESG funding because I am serving as Acting Director for Family Promise of Greater Roanoke from June 3rd to August 7th, 2023, which is a recipient agency. Therefore, pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.23112, I must refrain from participation in this matter. I ask that the city clerk accept this statement and ask that it be made part of the minutes of this meeting.
Thank you. All right. We still have a resolution.
Move the resolution.
Is there a second?
With Mr. Volleson.
Okay,
All right.
I'll read it.
Read the title paragraph, please.
An ordinance to appropriate funding from the Department of Housing and Urban Development for the Home Investment Partnerships Program, amending and reordaining certain sections of the 2022-2023 grant fund appropriations, and dispensing with the second reading by title of this ordinance.
All right, is there any discussion among council?
Well, I think I just read that wrong. I'm sorry, I read the previous measure, so let me read this measure once again. Let me go to the next measure. I read that wrong, Mayor, and I apologize for that. Okay.
All right.
A resolution, this is the correct measure, a resolution authorizing acceptance of certain grants from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development for entitlement funding for the 2023-2024 fiscal year consistent of Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnerships Program Grant, Emergency Solutions Grant, CARES Act, and American Rescue Plan Grant funding for such grants to be used in connection with the 2023-2024 HUD Annual Action Plan previously approved by City Council, authorizing the city manager to execute the necessary documents required to accept such funding upon certain terms and conditions.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones is away. Vice Mayor Cobb? You
He's
abstained.
He's abstaining.
Okay. Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Mayor Lee?
Aye, and the resolution passes. All right, we have a budget ordinance.
We need to wait.
Pardon me?
We need to wait till Ms. Sanchez Jones is back, because we would otherwise only have 4 votes, and we need 5 to waive second reading.
Yeah, we're on the toilet, Drop it like fire.
Well, we'll wait.
What can we defer?
We can defer that, come back to the budget ordinance, and
Yeah,
then,
let's keep moving, yeah.
well, look here.
Here comes Holden. All right.
All right, so
I move the budget ordinance.
Ms. Sanchez Jones is here.
Yes.
Move the ordinance second.
Yes, Ms. Moon moved. Second, Ms. White-Boyd. Okay, now I will read this budget ordinance. An ordinance to appropriate funding from the Department of Housing and Urban Development for the Community Development Block Grant Program, Home Investment Partnerships Program, and Emergency Solutions Grant, CDBG-CV CARES Act Program, and Home ARP Program, amending and reordaining certain sections of the 2023-2024 grant fund appropriations and dispensing with the second reading by title of this ordinance.
Thank you. Any discussion by members of council? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
All right. Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cobb? Oh, that's right, he's abstaining. And Ms. White-Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
And Mayor Lee?
Aye. And the ordinance passes. Let's go back to the resolution now.
We approved the
We approved
resolution.
the resolution.
We're on to another
We
resolution.
did that?
Another one.
Yes.
I thought we were
We
waiting on...
can do the resolution with just 4
Oh,
votes.
okay.
We needed 5 for the ordinance.
Gotcha. All right, item number D is acquisition of real property rights for stormwater drainage improvement project, Victoria Street Northwest. There's an ordinance.
Move the ordinance.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, please read the title paragraph.
All right. You're moving pretty fast now. An ordinance providing for the acquisition of real property rights needed by the city in connection with the Victoria Street Northwest Stormwater Drainage Improvement Project, authorizing city staff to acquire such property rights by negotiation for the city, authorizing the city manager to execute appropriate acquisition documents, and dispensing with the second reading of this ordinance by title.
Thank you. Any discussion among council? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White-Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
And Mayor Lee.
Aye, and the ordinance passes. Thank you. Item number E is the appropriation of additional funds from Fishburne Family Foundation donation. There's a budget ordinance.
Move the budget ordinance.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, please read the title paragraph.
An ordinance to appropriate funding from the Friends of Mountain View for restoration efforts of the Fishburne Mansion, amending and reordaining certain sections of the 2022-2023 grant fund appropriations, and dispensing with the second reading by title of this ordinance.
All right, is there any discussion by members of council?
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Sidebar.
Any discussion on this last budget ordinance on item E? Hearing none, I'll ask clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White-Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
And Mayor Lee.
Aye, and the budget ordinance passes. Thank you. Item F is acceptance of a donation from the Roanoke Parks Foundation to be used to purchase a climbing tower for the Department of Parks and Recreation. There's a resolution.
Move the resolution.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, could you please read the title paragraph, and please note that the director is here in the audience.
A resolution accepting and expressing appreciation for the donation of $12,000 from the Roanoke Parks Foundation to support the purchase of the portable climbing tower for Roanoke City Department of Parks and Recreation.
All right,
Mr. Mayor, I did want to acknowledge and thank the foundation for this gift. There was actually a representative here, but we outlasted him, so he had to go. But certainly want to acknowledge, I think this is actually probably the first donation that the foundation's relatively new. This is the first donation, a significant one, so certainly want to acknowledge that. So I want to say thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, I know we're pushing for time, but Mr. Clark, is there anything you want to say?
Thank
Thank you all. This is Patrick Boas. He's our recreation manager, for those of you all that haven't met him. He's been our liaison to the Parks Foundation, so I'm going to let him speak to that.
Yeah, thank you. So Andy Gill he is our president right now, and he was the one here earlier, and one of the things he wanted me to comment on a little bit, if the chance happened, was he is one of those people that have relocated to Roanoke, or his family was out in California, they're in Idaho, and they moved to Roanoke because of our park system and the outdoor infrastructure that we have here. And so when I met with him briefly, he was actually working on a fence in my backyard. He found out I worked for the Parks Department and asked what he could do to help, and I told him we were in the process of trying to start this foundation. This was probably a little bit before the pandemic, and so he jumped on that opportunity to step up and be the president for that. And so one of the first projects we're looking at was a climbing structure, because he was really passionate about climbing and seeing if we could introduce that more to the city and provide that opportunity. I know city manager was involved in the initial conversation of putting a permanent structure downtown somewhere that kids could play on near Elmwood Park. Eventually we landed on the portable climbing structure, so we can take it anywhere throughout the city. So we're pretty excited about that opportunity when it popped up. And we rent these for Go Fest. We're running for the 4th of July Festival. We've taken them to the after-school program at our 3 different sites and for our summer program. So in the past, we've rented these. So this was an opportunity to actually make that purchase that we can use throughout the city every year without having to worry about where the dollars are going to come to cover that cost.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. All right, Madam Clerk, can you
Yes.
call the roll, please?
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
And Mayor Lee.
Aye, and the resolution passes. Thank you. Item G is acceptance and appropriation of the National Recreation and Park Association mentoring for youth impacted by substance misuse grant. There's a resolution.
Move the resolution.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please read the title paragraph.
A resolution accepting the National Recreation and Park Association mentoring for youth impacted by substance misuse grant made to the city and authorizing execution of any required documents on behalf of the city.
All right, any discussion by members of council?
Mr. Mayor, I did want to first thank the National Recreation Park Association for this opportunity, but also Michael and his staff for making the application for this and securing these dollars. Certainly want to acknowledge that and thank them. And should there be any questions about this grant, I know that Michael is able to answer those.
All right, thank you. Thank you again, Michael.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have any questions, but I would ask if the manager could, for what I would like to have is what the criteria is, what group, you don't have to answer unless you know the answer. I'm just looking at time, so you can just send it.
We have an email ready to send, so.
I know you do. I know you do.
We will do that, so yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
That's all I need.
Yeah, what it'll be is a combination of Michael's answer and the criteria there in the
Thank
grant,
you.
and I'll send that out to everyone.
Right,
So,
I appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you,
Yes.
Michael, for
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Mayor Lee.
Aye, and the resolution passes. There's a budget ordinance.
Move the budget order.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, please read the title paragraph.
An ordinance to appropriate funding from the National Recreation and Parks Association for youth mentorship programs, amending and reordaining certain sections of the 2022-2023 grant fund appropriations and dispensing with the second reading by title of this ordinance.
Thank you. Any discussion by members of council? Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the ordinance.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones? Vice Mayor Cobb?
Aye.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
Mayor Lee.
Aye, and the budget ordinance passes. Thank you. Comments by the city manager?
No.
I dare not.
Hold that thought.
Reports of the committees. Report of the Roanoke City School Board requesting appropriation of funds for various educational programs, and a report of the city manager recommending the council concur in the request Donna Caldwell, Director of Accounting, is the spokesperson. There's a budget ordinance.
Move the budget ordinance.
Second.
Madam Clerk, read the title paragraph, please.
An ordinance to appropriate funding from the Commonwealth federal and private grant for various educational programs, amending and reordaining certain sections of the 2022-2023 school grant fund appropriations, and dispensing with the second reading by title of this ordinance.
Thank you. Any discussion among members of council? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Moon Reynolds?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez Jones?
Oops.
Vice Mayor Cobb?
He ready.
Ms. White Boyd?
Aye.
Mr. Volleson?
Aye.
And Mayor Lee?
Aye, and the budget ordinance passes. Item number 2, and I think we can waive this, folks, we can come back later on this, but a report of certain authorities, boards, committees, and commissions in which city council serve as liaisons for appointees. In the essence of time, I'm going to ask you to hold your peace. We'll make sure we get that down the line, but thank you. Unfinished business, number 9 is none. Number 10 is introduction and consideration of ordinances and resolutions, none. Number 11, motion and miscellaneous business. Is there any business any member wants to bring forth? All right, vacancies on certain authorities, boards, and commissions and committees appointed by council is none. We will stand in recess until 7 p.m., and now we will go into closed meetings. Thank you.